All right, everyone, the show is about to start very soon, so tell your friends to come through. Mic check 1, 2. If you can hear me, put a T, the letter T in the chat. In the house, Gemini, you can't get laid, Cindy D, JP Nobody, Tomas, Jen J, Just Dash the Cat is in the house. Tiff is in the house. See if my remote mics made it here. All right, all right, all right. We are about to get this party started. Welcome to another rendition of the DJ Torch Live Network, because it's all the way live. It's all the way live. I know my singing is just the best, so, just get ready for some more. In the house, Oya is in the house. Andre is in the house. Tiff is in the house. JP is in the house. All right. All right, we about to get down right now. Let's see if my I might cam up. Cam up. Pull up. Pull up. Hold on one second. Okay, how's that? How's that? How is that? Okay, that gives me a little bit more light. You can't get laid. Thank you so much for the super chat, or for whatever they calling it these days. You know, my old self. I don't know what's what. All right, I'll be right back. All right. This part, let's get this party started. All right, hope everybody's doing good on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. At least over here it is. Weather is perfect. But we need to get down to business. So let's get into it right now. Here we go.
So do you think I heard black women say that they don't feel that black men protect them. Have you heard this, ma'am? Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this?
I mean, that's false as crap, because I feel like we're the most feared men on earth.
I mean, that's a broad statement.
No, I'm agreeing. It's definitely a broad statement. But so do you agree with no? No.
No.
So why do you think that they feel that way?
Insecurity.
Oh, that's tough. I think what black women are saying, of course in their relationships maybe, but I believe they're saying also as a whole. So examples like, okay, we call our women bitch, we call our women the B word, we call them, you know what I'm saying? Like the way we represent them as a whole, right? No, let's just. And look, so when I first saw the post,
you know what I'm saying? I gotta interrupt. Let me interrupt this one.
Let me get my point out first.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
He can't even get his point out. I mean, come on now. Come on. In the house, you're triggered. In the house, Siobhan. In the house, you can't get laid. In the house, Tiff. In the house, all things Nata Jean. Let's keep it going.
Go ahead.
When I first saw the post, I got offended. Like, every woman in my life, like my wife, my mom, my kids, I respect them wholeheartedly. My kids don't hear me call my wife out her name. I got mad when I saw it on Facebook. But then when I was reading the comments, because I feel like when you let a victim vent, you get their perspective. And I learned that in my relationship. Like, you know how when you fight with your spouse, you want to get your point out so bad, but I'm learning to listen. So I kind of get how. So I always said this, right? And I know I'm sounding like super Captain Save 'em right now, but the truth is this. We made women And I'm about to get so much hell for this in the comments. But I believe that we made women okay with it being okay for them to be called bitches. They hold on, listen. They took the term and they adapted bad bitches. Right? Now let me tell you, no, hold on, but listen, this is how
I like where you're going with this.
No, because look, a while ago when this shit started happening in the 90s, a woman wants to please a man, just like a man wants to please a woman. So if I see that you want to call me, that's my bitch. Like when niggas like, that's my bitch. Oh, my bitch bad. Yada yada, right?
It's all cool.
No, yeah. Eventually, at first, like, stop calling me a bitch, but eventually, just like species evolve, women took the word. You know what? Fuck it. They're gonna call me a bad bitch. I'm a bad bitch. Now you got Megan Thee Stallion. So when it comes to the protection, I think they look at how we represent them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just speaking for my culture. You know
now you saying as we represent them as a whole, or just as a whole?
Like, my bitch this. This bitch,
they did that hot girl summer shit. So I mean,
but you got to go back in history though.
Yeah,
you got to go back in history. The hot girl summer, of course. But again, we made that shit cool for them.
They made it cool for themselves. Because if your homegirl can call you bitch this, bitch that.
But listen to what I just said though. They start calling themselves bitches after we kept calling them bitches. Now,
I feel like they started the bitch shit. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you.
So women start calling themselves bitches?
I mean, technically it went back further, but I'm pretty sure it just became a cool word for that's my bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's my homegirl. Homegirl is now bitch. Like,
but did you know?
Or best friend is just now I'm bitch. So it's just like the word bitch is now turned into a friend, homegirl type of friendly stuff. But when we say it, it's a negative situation.
I'm gonna tell you why. You wanna know why? Because you can't choose to be the king sometimes, and you can't choose to lead sometimes. Let me tell you what I mean. If it takes for us to change the shit. Like men be saying we want to lead shit up and down. I want to be the leader. But at the same time, you make the change first.
Yeah.
If she see you calling her queen, if she see you calling her by a more positive name instead of derogatory name, derogatory, you know what I'm trying to say, then it evolves back to positive.
I'm going to stop it there just for a second. Like to kick out some shout outs real quick. Jen J in the house. Aline in the house. We're going to keep this going, but I would love to hear everybody's opinion in the chat on what you think's going on so far in the conversation between Jay and the gentleman who I guess he's calling himself Game Changer. Let's keep it going.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think a woman wants, in certain situations, wants to be led by a man. In certain situations. Now, I want to make sure I say that. So, yeah, back to the women feeling unprotected. I just think the way we represent our black women in society sometimes.
All right, now back to that part, because that's perfect. That's a great example. Now, when you say how you say women feel disrespected because they say we don't, save them or protect them,
they don't feel protected.
All right, you don't feel protected. Like, how do you not feel protected? That's why I say when a woman has, that's why I say I need a great woman's perspective of like how you not feel protected. Because 9 out of 10 people with a man, you should feel protected.
I think that really started with part of it was like when the protests started happening. So many women started being disrespected by like law enforcement or whatever.
Okay.
Well,
that's what I started seeing too.
Another thing too, a lot of
pause it for a second, DJ.
Are being more aggressive than our men are.
No, but I'm gonna say. So if you see a black woman,
DJ.
Because we're
okay. So we're talking about we want to look at the dynamics first. The dynamics between these two guys. So what do you see happening between these two guys?
It seems like one guy is just trying to be. Well, he's definitely red pill. Jay is definitely red pill. That's the vibe I get, first of all. And second of all, it seems like he wants to defend men no matter what. He's trying to take the wrong look on something. He's not being open-minded. He's not really listening. He's kind of just waiting for his turn to talk, if you know what I mean.
Right.
very protective, definitely over what we,
he said, do you think they're being
unprotected?
We're unprected for sure.
Unprotected as fuck.
It don't get no worse than that.
Well,
I
shit,
still don't see how women can say that though.
But do you want? Okay, let's be real.
I think we're going to drop the link early because this is an interesting conversation right off the bat, and I feel we should try to get everyone involved as soon as possible. We have some of the best commentary artists in the chat. So let's see if anyone wants to come up. There's the link. In my opinion, right now, it's like this is really a good conversation because you have a gentleman on the right who's a little bit more open-minded about how things should be, while the gentleman on the left is, I wouldn't say he's hard red pill, but he's definitely on the red pill side. So it's an interesting conversation. The thing is that if us as black men, if we are unprotected as this guy is arguing, how does that have to do with the black woman? I thought men were supposed to protect women. So,
but see, you see what's happening every time the conversation is brought up about how black women feel or what's going on with black women. What happens? It turns
they swing it over the intention over to them.
Exactly.
To the men. Yep.
Exactly. Let me read a couple of the comments. JP Nobody says, well, let's go with Jen J first. She says, no shade. Who are these men talking? Are they gay men having a conversation? JP Nobody says the lack of self-awareness is disturbing. Siobhan says you have to be present in order to protect. Just Dash the Cat says two different perspectives, one being a leader, the other a victim.
My wife, I know she's gonna stand up, but I don't want my fucking wife protecting me like that. I'm not even wanting to put herself in danger, but I know she would.
I mean, yeah, that's good.
So, okay, who protects the black man? Who's supposed to protect the black man?
We protect ourselves.
I think, bro. So I'm gonna tell you something though.
You seen the movie King?
Listen,
and Queen.
Tigers and lions.
For sure. But I'm gonna tell you something, bro. Black women. I'm gonna tell you something about black women. I don't know a lot about all these other races.
Mm-hmm.
I know a black woman gonna talk her shit.
Yes, sir.
It takes a real man to lead a black woman, a strong black woman. But when a black woman fall in love with you, listen, bro. I know my black woman.
It's hard to get it unfollowed.
Not even that. Bro, a black woman gonna talk shit for you. Mm. She gonna look out for you.
Wait,
if your burger not right, and you said, "Baby, let's just leave." No, we go back in there real quick. We supposed to have 2 letters on. You know what I'm saying? Like
DJ.
I don't know. I can't. I got to.
So did you hear him say it's hard to get her to fall out of love with you?
Right.
So all this time they're saying black women aren't loyal, but at the same time they're saying it's hard to get a black woman to fall out of love with you.
Right.
They're always preaching that black women leave first, but they admit that it's hard for a black woman to fall out of love with you.
Right. Well, see, the cool thing I like about this young man right here is he has a knack of being able to lower people's defenses. And that guy doesn't know he just ran into a red pill brick, if you know what I mean. That basically he lowered the guy and to tell the honest truth about how black women are. Mm-hmm. Instead, he lowered Jay's defense on telling the truth on how black women are. Because that's what I remember about black women. Black women, that was the term where ride or die came from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't see why. That's why it's weird hearing this new age, Kevin Samuel's theory that black women always want to cut. Women, you might be able to argue that with other women, but black women, that's not just true. It's not true. In fact, that's where they came up again with the stupid saying, you should have chose better. Mm-hmm. So you can't win. You can't win here. There's nothing to win.
Right, because as Kim Lee Moon said, he actually meant it as an insult. But it's that oxymoronical mindset that we're referring to here. They mean it as an insult to us, but they also want to insult us for it.
Exactly. In the house, Marvel 318, Kim Lee Moon, Siobhan, Jen J. We're going to keep it going.
Agree. I think the black man has to protect the black man. It starts with our image and how we respect ourselves. But that's a whole different deep conversation. I get what you're saying, though. You know what I'm saying? I think, I don't know, man. I get what black women are saying. Like I said, I was offended at first. But if you see a black woman on the street getting disrespected by some white supremacists, are you going to jump in if you don't know her?
Nah.
Wow.
So they feel like they aren't protected, but they're the most feared. Now he just asked a question: if you see a white supremacist attacking a black woman, are you going to jump in? Well, I would expect the most feared, in air quotes,
Right.
to jump in, right?
Right.
Because since he thinks that they're the most feared, but it gets deeper than that.
See, that's it.
Hold on, it depends on what
You got to see the situation. So you just gonna dumbly
What you
jump yourself
mean?
into a
See the
gunfight
situation?
without a gun?
Hold on, boy.
You know what I'm saying? Like some shit, just like
okay.
Another thing about this, that's a problem with this as well today. A lot of us are into minding our own business. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't got nothing to do with us, we're gonna stay out of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how a lot of black people have been living throughout the years. So you really gotta look at it. And then
I'm gonna be real with you, bro.
Go ahead.
I saw a post on Facebook. I'll be on Facebook like I'm old shit. It was in a restaurant and this white man was going hard on this black woman in front of her son. And I'm just like, I can't tell you that I couldn't just watch that, bro.
Okay, that like that.
I see my mom, I see my sisters.
Yeah. That's different.
Huh? No, she was a grown woman, but he was a grown man. Like, but I'm like, no, he was going bad on the woman. But the son was like 9.
So this is the funny thing is like if black men aren't going to see, we need to market ourselves better. It seems like for some reason we lost some things that we had. At least back in the day, women had the thought or idea that we would protect them. Whether it was true or not, that is up for debate. Now, these guys are like, okay, so you're going to let a white supremacist just disrespect people of your own race, right? I mean, in the most mean way possible. You're just going to say, really, quite honestly, seeing some sort of evil being done to anybody should bother somebody, and you should be able to say something, or at least say something, or say, look, I'm going to call the cops if you keep it up or something. This guy's just going to walk by. He's just going to walk on by. I mean, what kind of value and character is that?
But did you see the mental gymnastics they're taking in order to not provide protection? But the initial question is, do black women feel protected? If you sit there and you're having this whole long debate in your head, how is she being protected?
Exactly.
You know, I can't tell you that I can turn the cheek. You know what I'm saying? But it's like,
no, I understand that as a point, but we're talking about like physically with the woman, like the incident that
Hamo is in the house.
Happened downtown, matter of fact, in what's called what old girl was fighting with the dude with the gun in the situation, and she ended up getting beat up or whatever real bad, and he had pulled out the pistol on her, and everybody was recording, but when nobody, helping her not get beat up type stuff, you know what I'm saying? And that was a lot of stuff like our rappers and stuff trying to look at.
But if you see somebody, you said you wouldn't, I get it because they got guns. But if, God forbid, one of the lovely women in your life is getting assaulted by, and you're not there, would you?
He is here trying to negotiate protection. This is amazing.
Wait, let it go, DJ.
Go back a little bit. So how you gonna say you wouldn't?
Go back a little bit.
Depending on the situation and circumstances, bro, you got to see what is there. So you just gonna run out there and get your ass shot by somebody?
First off,
I'll call the police and inform it. I'm gonna try to distill all the situation.
I'm strategic. I'm not gonna go run and jump in front of nothing like that. I'm not gonna go dive into it. You gotta be smart. It's like playing chess. But at the same time, I can't tell you I'm turning the cheek.
I'm not gonna turn the cheek. I'm gonna just, if I can just how you say this. Escalate the situation. There you go. De-escalate the situation.
But that's
I can do it.
Something though.
But it's technically not doing anything with actually, making me go to jail. Because nowadays, bro, we can just go hop on a dude now and say all that shit. You still going to jail.
I'm not telling you no crash dummy. I'm telling you.
Okay, I was trying to get you to go back because what he did was he gave him the situation again, and then he asked if it was your wife or your girl, would you want someone to jump in? And he automatically said yes.
Right.
But in the beginning, you said you wouldn't. But they want protection for who they want protection for, but they won't afford it to anybody.
I heard Tampon Daniel say the same thing. They like to do this only if they only want to give protection to those who they feel like they're getting something from. They don't want to just have that as part of their character. In fact, it's not a part of their character. That's the issue.
Right. That's a very issue.
Would you help step in?
But in that situation, how could you be, I mean, dude over here fighting the girl.
Huh?
She helpless. She got beat up.
At that point, I gotta jump in that.
I'm not saying I gotta go ahead and get off. That's cool.
If I see some, fucking nigger and this and that, I gotta,
we gotta attack that. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't even gotta do that. You gotta play chess with it.
Did he say we gotta accept that or we gotta stop that?
He said we gotta.
Oh my God.
Keep it going because I there's one part that's really important.
You know what I'm saying?
I ain't like to. I've never seen a black woman lose to a white supremacist. That's another reason why I say I wouldn't really. You know what I'm saying? Because like I say, our black women are strong. That's another reason why I say I wouldn't really. You know what I'm saying? Because like I say, our black women are strong. You know what I'm saying? And that's just wouldn't really. You know what I'm saying? Because like I say, our black women are strong now. You know what I'm saying? And that's just another thing too.
Listen,
she's still a woman, but all women now can hold our own. They have this. That's another thing back with equal rights too, because they're equal quality. They talk more than us men do.
But I think that now that we give them that she a strong black woman.
Think you went back far enough, but I'll go ahead and say what he said. He said,
you know what I'm saying? Because like I say, our black women are strong now. You know what I'm saying?
And it's that, I gotta,
we gotta attack that. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't even gotta do that.
Is it further back than that?
No.
Okay.
Play chess with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
I ain't like to. I've never seen a black woman lose to a white supremacist. That's another reason why I say I wouldn't really. You know what I'm saying? Because like I say, our black women are strong now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's just another thing too. She's still a woman, but all women now can hold our own. They have.
This dude just said he's never seen a black woman lose to a white supremacist. Our black women are strong.
Wow. Crazy.
That's amazing. Let me kick in some shout outs before we keep going. Miss RV is in the house. Tomas is in the house. Kittens in the Caskets, aka Camo's in the house. Siobhan is in the house. Tiff is in the house. Monica is in the house. We're gonna keep this rolling just like that.
No. Let's stop and marinate on what this guy just said. Because I mean, I don't want to miss this. This is important because this is what they think of us. They want protection. They want black women to be out on the streets, beating the streets when something happens with them. But when it comes to a black woman, this is what this man has said. I've never seen a black woman lose to a white supremacist. The case that he brought up was a black woman that was beaten and made deaf by a white guy who beat her while black men stood around recording. So they don't feel the need to intercede when it's a white supremacist against a black woman. But earlier he was like, who's protecting the black man?
Exactly. That's the scary part right there. Really it's scary that we've gone to this point. We used to be the protectors. Even other races would think, well, those are the protectors right there. Those are the protectors. We might not like them, but they will protect. And now we've even given away that. We've given away that trophy or whatever you want to call it. That reputation.
That's another thing back with equal rights too. Because they're equal quality. They talk more than us men do.
But I think that now that we give them that she a strong black woman, some men think that's a cue to ease up off the gas on protection.
I mean, that's what they want us to do.
No, they don't.
And well, of course.
I think women want to be protected.
They figured that out.
Scott's in the house.
Maybe I might want you to be the man.
No.
Because they might cannot handle every situation. Every time they jump into a new face.
Respected. I think women never wanted to say you niggas just.
All this goes in with women feeling like we can't protect them due to their situation. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
Heathen Queen is in the house.
All that goes into it. And then it's just like the whole point of how black women feel that way. Us men also feel the same way as black women. Y'all discriminate us down to the motherfucking T. We deadbeats. We all type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, if it's true, it's true. I mean, the numbers show that. I mean, if somebody tells you something that's true, bluntly, I mean, what can you say?
Well, that's not even the point. The point is that their protection is transactional. So
Right.
you don't even know the woman that you're trying to say. You haven't encountered this woman. So you're saying that she doesn't deserve protection just in case she said something about black men, just in case she might be independent. You don't see any other demographic of man waiting around to see, make all these mental gymnastic decisions about protecting the woman against something that's coming to attack her. They
Right.
automatically react.
But DJ, can I ask you, like, where was this? I think I know where it is. I wasn't going to come up because I was feeling a little bit under the weather, but what location is this? Like, where is this at?
I actually have no clue. I don't know where the guy's from. It doesn't have a
Well,
They said it
location.
was Dallas.
Oh, Dallas. Okay,
Dallas.
Dallas.
You could just like hear the fear in their voice. Like I mean, I know I can. Do you think it's because they feel as though that they are outnumbered over there, like especially in Dallas, like it's a lot of white supremacists and a lot of Latino people over there? Do you think that it's like a lot of illegals coming in by the millions in Texas and over here in California? So, like, do you think that they feel outnumbered and intimidated?
Illegals have nothing to do with how they feel. First and foremost, I really don't want to talk about that in a sense, because people are demonizing immigrants as if they're coming over here and there's this whole mass of violence as a result of them, and that's just not true. So it has nothing to do with immigrants.
Right. Quick shout out to Healthy Black Pill in the house. Let's keep it rolling.
Bro, stop that. You gotta stop that, bro. I don't think
that's the difference. All women now, they talk down on us black men a lot.
Where are you getting your facts?
What do you mean?
Okay. He just said that they talk down on black men a lot. Right? But black women don't have a network nearly as large of, let's say, black men hating as black men do of to hate on black women. So what is he talking about? I mean, obviously he sounds like to me he's from the Kevin Samuels school and he's been reading from pamphlet page number, well, there's only 3 pages. So page number 2. So it's very interesting that why would anybody put this much information? Caucasian men don't put this kind of information in their women, and their women can do them wrong too. In fact, believe it or not, it seems, guess who gets the biggest advantage of divorce? It ain't black women. It ain't, out of all the women, it ain't black women. So he's making up a false narrative, which is going to serve him wrong later.
Black sisters, what is you saying?
Bro, you telling me that most black women think that black men...
I didn't say most. They have those. What do you mean? I see them out here.
Where?
I see them on the phone. Let's have your stylists. You know what I'm saying? These women are independent and strong, bro. They mouse. We have alpha women. There we go. We have, how we have alpha men? We have alpha females.
And it takes an alpha male to deal with an alpha female.
My point exactly.
Bro,
but are y'all going to clash at a point in time?
Huh?
Are y'all going to clash at a point in time?
That's where respect comes in. Look, my wife, listen,
you see how he's making this situational, and he's adding all these caveats, and he's adding all these obstacles, and it was a general question that the guy asked him. And you see how they try to break it down to the most minute particles in order to answer the question that should be easy to answer.
Right.
Welcome to the panel.
He's trying to make an argument. He's not trying to listen, learn, and then if he disagrees, make an argument. He's like, okay, I'm winning. I don't want to look good on video. I'm going to have to make an argument, even if I agree with him.
Welcome to the panel, Heathen Queen.
Hello, I'm sorry. I was doing something. Yeah, it's like they always want to talk about the worst parts of Black females are the worst reactions that we have to their behavior. I mean, it's never about why she's acting the way she's acting. It's never about she's acting this way because you did this, or she has to be this way because you aren't what you're supposed to be. I mean, if men did exactly what other races of men did for their women, Black men, then we would be reacting like those other races of women. We would be reacting to our men the same way, but they don't act the same way as other races of men. So therefore you get the same energy that you put out. If the whole lot of you came as a strong, independent thinker, supporter of the family, if everyone came that direction, or a majority of you Black men came that way, then you would have the majority of us reacting that same way as other races of women. But
let me interject right there, because you brought up an important part when you said other races of women react to their men a certain way. And we hear this all the time from the passport babies that they're going to other countries because these women are raised to be wives. And we keep telling them the reason these women are able to do this is because their men put them in that position. Their men have created an environment where they feel safe and able to do so. But these men can't conceptualize that it is their responsibility to create that environment. So you do produce a demographic of women that feel that they're able to rest and be able to do those types of things.
Absolutely.
I want to read some of these comments. Miss RV says, oh, I know, sis, but it sets us up for abuse and to be used. This is why when we complain about pain, for instance, they don't take us seriously. And this is how women die. Jen J says, I don't even need their names. I'm just going to call them weak and defeated from now on. Kenzie Cassie says, imagine how Black slaves felt. No, they couldn't help their wives and children. These men want to pretend they not under pressure. It's pathetic.
But do you feel as though that they, my speculation and what I believe, my belief is that it's not that they can't come together as a collective and say, look, I'm going to give Black women protection. It's that they don't want to protect Black women. That's what I believe. They just don't want to do it. Like, they don't have any incentive to do that, since, and I'm just going by what they say. They say that Black women are not their preference. So why would they could just go nest under another man's community? And, if you look at what they have been doing is they have been doing that, nesting in another man's community.
Quantifiably, that's just not the case, because when they do marry, 80% of them marry Black women. Most of them are dating and or sleeping with Black women. So quantifiably, that's just not the case. It may be an excuse that they can make, but quantifiably, that's just not the case.
Yeah, but that's because because these women don't see Black men as marriage material. Like a lot of these women don't really want Black men. So the only ones that do want Black men are Black women. So that's why it's like, if they have the option and they have the economic option and finances to marry women of no color, I could say white women, I think that they would, but the only people that want them is us, except, Black women, you guys.
Yeah, you brought up a good point. You can't get laid, because you think about it like this. Black men, we tend, it seems that we have this pattern of priding ourselves on running through women, on sexual prowess, and really little that has to do with things that only have to do with 10% of a relationship. If we're bragging about running through women and then calling men who want to just chase after one woman or be with one woman simps, then you have to take the hit that that's ruining our reputation that's already been ruined. you're just making it even worse, and that's the problem. These men are making things worse because they're making things that what other cultures of women don't want. They're trying to make those items that are something to be looked upon between black men as positive, like running through women. Like they love Austin Holloman. He's the king of running through women, or at least he's trying to be the king. The rest of the other leaders that they call black leaders in the manosphere, look at this. Andrew Tate. He's in court over trafficking. Sinful the P, a pimp. And he's not the only pimp that's a pimp in the manosphere that men are respect or see as a leader. Kevin Samuels, deadbeat. So the thing is this. We need better black leaders. See, the argument that Jay has is falling apart when you look at all the people that black men cavitate to for leadership. It's different. Mm-hmm. It's okay to cavitate to somebody for entertainment as long as you block it off and you say, okay, that's just entertainment. We don't do that. These guys are trying to grow up. Young men are trying to grow up and be rappers, be pimps. You see what I'm saying? They're not trying to be boring men. Let's just put it that way. I'm going to say boring men.
Boring. Boring.
Okay. They don't want to be that. They don't want to do that. They want to be, and that's the problem. But believe it or not, see, the thing is that the manosphere is trying to make that look like, wow, the black women don't like boring men. No, black women do love boring men. The problem is that most of the men out there want to be rappers. So
yeah.
So what are you gonna do? They either want to be rappers or they want to be in the rap game somehow. And I mean the rap game does not necessarily mean performing as rap, but it means doing something in the culture that is a hustle of some sort.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the whole point is because they value that spectrum of men instead of valuing teachers and doctors and lawyers and people like that. Instead of valuing those doctors and people like that, they want to go down the degenerate path to manhood. And you know what? Walking in the door with the wood in your hand is not that cool when you're 40. Okay. And half of these gentlemen don't want to get married, or they feel like somebody's going to take advantage of them if they do get married and settle down with one person. I don't understand why they think. I don't understand what they understand their role on this planet is to be. Is the role on the planet to be the biggest person that sleeps around, or what is your role on this planet? You have to think. Sometimes you have to stop and think. What is my value as a person if all I want to do is sleep with 30,000 women? I mean, really, is that what you want to be known for? Is somebody that just sleeps with women 40 and 50 years old? I mean, right. That's something to aspire to. I mean,
in their eyes, that's the only power that they hold. So it is something that they aspire to. They lack the power to do anything else. And to them, that is the one power that they have, the myth that's been told about them, that they may be able to live out. Is their sexual prowess.
So that's why they admire men that have 10, 15 babies from different women instead of admiring a person like Sierra's husband. Right. Like you admire Nick Cannon, but
so
he's degenerate too.
So Scott says, why would men protect women who do not respect them? If all men here is black men ain't ish, why would they be moved to protect? Black culture cultivated what we have today. It's the culture. First and foremost, you're asking the hindsight question.
Right.
So you didn't become ain't ish out of nowhere.
Right.
Black men didn't become deadbeat out of nowhere. Black women didn't reach into the air and just start calling black men deadbeats or saying that black men ain't ish. It came from somewhere. It came from not being protected. It came from not being cared for. It came from not being provided for.
Right.
It came from the droves of men that left their families to fend for themselves.
Right.
It didn't just come out of the air from nowhere.
Right. I mean, if we had all men protecting their women, if we had all of our men wanting to get married and marrying, not just wanting to get married and marrying their women, if we had these kind of men in our group, then we wouldn't have people calling you deadbeats. We wouldn't have women calling you good for nothing. Look, if my whole choice is a whole bunch of men that want to get married and this, that, and the third, don't you think we would elevate our status as wanting to be wives, just like you would want to be a husband, if all of you did what you needed to do to have that level of respect? But we see that you leave your families, you don't want to take care of your kids, you don't want to be respectful to your relationship. We see all of these things as women, and that's why we opt out of being married or being in a relationship with you all like that. Because we see that you aren't willing to do the work to be in a relationship. So why should I be lusting after a person that doesn't want to do what I want to do? So therefore, that's why you hear a lot of black women say, I don't need no man. It's because we don't need men who don't want to do what they need to do in order to be in a relationship.
It's cause and effect. In women, again, it's hindsight. It's cause and effect. It's not that black women started out saying we don't need a man.
Right.
It's we eventually figured out, okay, and it was a mantra to encourage. It wasn't meant to exactly say we don't need men. It was a mantra to encourage women who didn't have a man that you can do this on your own because you're doing it on your own. Because so many women were doing it on their own.
Right.
But do you think it's I believe that it's that they don't want any pressure from white society. If they go out and try to advance themselves or build, they don't want to get any smoke from it. That this is the position where it is comfortable and it is safe to be. If they go out and they try to get this country has a history of not letting black people get into a certain authority. And, I don't think they want that type of smoke. They know they're going to get some smoke from white supremacists and they don't want to do that. Do you think that could be it?
No, we have billionaire black men who could
to be quite honest, to be quite honest, the racism thing isn't as bad as these people try to make it out to be. It's just another excuse. There are far too many people that are advancing and doing well in society, black people in particular, to continuously blame racism for your status in life. Right.
As I said, there's billionaire black men. There's billionaire black men or millionaire black men that could build things. And other black people could build upon those things that they build and start, and that would be a start. But they don't want to do that. We haven't seen. You have people like Jay-Z. You have other people who have billions of dollars, and you have not seen them say one thing. Okay, let's start a black town, or let's start a black foundation, or let's start something where our people can go and do and see. I haven't seen one black person do it. They all want to individualize themselves where they don't want to help their community out or teach or have a school where they teach men how to be men or whatever. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it that far. But I'm saying.
Let me pick up a couple shout outs real quick. Scott's in the house. Henry Mars is in the house. And Prism is in the house. And one more person. And the Gangsta Lifestyle Experience is in the house. Thanks for taking a peek in. I think that's Gangsta. Yeah, the Gangsta. Yeah, Gangsta Lifestyle. Okay, so basically it's pretty simple. It's like, hey, quite honestly, if a black man wants to be upset or express his disdain with racism, I have really no problem with that. I do. The problem is blaming black women for it.
Mhm.
That's the problem. That's where you get into trouble. Is you don't hear them going to these Caucasian men and going, hey man, you kind of you ain't right. You kind of saying the wrong things and you getting all these other people to say the wrong things. That's not right. They don't say that. What do? They get on here and they start complaining about black women.
But DJ, can I
weird.
say this real quick?
Sure.
This is crazy because I just made a video on my channel. It's called Women in Self-Defense Part 1 and 2. And it speaks exactly about this subject and what the guys in the barbershop were talking about and how they act. But I just wanted to know, do you think that this has anything to do also with lack of fathers? Like they're not being,
Yes.
Okay, let's say it this way: lack of present fathers, because everybody has one. They're just not. They're just not.
That's
present.
a good point. Yeah.
I mean, because they keep saying fatherless homes, but the point is the home doesn't have to be fatherless. Even if they're not the mother and father aren't together, that doesn't absolve a man from being a father to his child. And that's what we're missing here. Nobody ever talks about that when they talk about these men. I'll say that when they're talking about fatherless homes or single mothers don't have to be the ones responsible for raising their kids alone. It's the black man's decision not to stand up and be there for his child. The problem is they don't have sexual access to the women anymore, so they don't even care how the child is faring. Right. So let's stop calling them saying, children with no fathers, children with fathers that aren't present and don't care to be present.
Right. Let me go ahead.
I'm replying to this because I'm really tired of y'all on that post about me regurgitating y'all stats back to y'all because y'all clearly don't like the mirror or the focus or negative attention to be shined on y'all. So y'all making me seem like I'm just lying on y'all and I'm just bitter because I get ran through and choose all these horses. And I just went on TikTok to blast BMs because I make bad choices. So you sat here and said less than 20 of us but account for the majority of the kids. It's who you're picking, ma'am. Let's just see how true that is. If you pull up any Google search, it's going to tell you that half of BMs are arrested before the age of 23. USA Today is saying it. University of Albany is saying it. Bloomberg is saying nearly 50% of y'all have been arrested. So I don't know where you got only 20% of us are 50% have been arrested before the age of 23. And as far as the other stuff that y'all was complaining about, it says right here, nationwide research shows the graduation rate for is 59%, which is the lowest of any population in the country. And guess what? It says when BMs do not receive a high school diploma, they end up in jail or slow singing and flower bringing. So those are the facts. So if y'all are mad at my video, then y'all really should be more present in the home. I mean, this is hilarious. Y'all spending all this time mad at me because I know y'all stats better than y'all do. So let me, I read all of the stats and you probably gonna sit on here and say, oh, well, it's black women's fault that black boys ain't graduating high school because when they fathers walk out on them, they do bad things. If y'all fucking know that, then why do you keep walking out? And I don't want to hear shit about the mother pushed you away because y'all fight with me 24/7, but you can't fight for your own kids, but you can fight all day on TikTok. Make it make sense. Get your priorities in order, get your shit together, and stop acting like I'm making this shit up. Y'all so scared of looking at y'all own shortcomings, y'all rather take them on tour than to actually get better. Now, how about that? Boom.
All right, that was from A Piece of My Mind. Please subscribe and like her. Oh my God, I can't believe her.
Damn, I'm in here.
Wait. Wait. How did that go? Okay.
I'm replying.
let me make sure I subscribe to her. Oh, I was okay. There we go. Okay.
When you finish, I want to read a couple of comments.
Oh, hit it up. Hit it up.
Okay, Monica said part of the patriarchal bargain is to remove problematic men from the community. Black men are afraid of Pookie and Ray Ray.
Wow, that's deep. I never thought about that. That's weird. I've never thought about that. We complain about them, but we never even think about removing them.
More gems for Monica. Other races of men do not let problematic men overrun their communities, even if the parents are divorced.
But you have to understand, some of these people keep talking about Pookie and Ray Ray, but they are Pookie and Ray Ray.
Yes, that's true too. But what she said, I don't want to lose what she said also. These men spend ceaseless hours on this platform fighting and telling women what they need to be and what they should be, but they won't show up to court to fight for custody or some type of custody arrangement for their children. But they have all this energy to fight strange women online.
Exactly.
Wow, this is
okay. Miss RV says I've dated males, 2-parent households, and they were absolute worst. So, yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean it's doesn't guarantee anything.
Because it has to be a healthy dynamic.
Right.
Look at some of these jokers here. Some of these jokers came from 2-parent households. Here, we have this little guy here who had a temper tantrum the other day. We have a broke dude right here. We have a sellout right here. We have a wife and child beater right here. 3-time loser right here. Okay. Who knows what this dude is? I just know he's a loser. I just know it. We know all about, Tampon Daniels. We know all about him with his little speech, anti-black speech he made. And you know what? You know who I put in this mix too? I guarantee you. Look, if you look in the bottom right corner. In fact, let me remove this for 1 second. Look at who I got in the bottom right corner. He fits right in.
Because they're the enablers. Those women and that men and they're enablers of this ideology, this cesspool of nothingness.
It's funny that these very men, okay, right here, complain about black women and then complain about racism, but then use the same practices from racism against black women. This guy right here must be right here. He must be so happy right now. He's like, shit, we don't even have to do the work no more. Right. We don't have to.
That's the thing, DJ. And that's why I said this idea that racism is so rampant. But white people already know. All they have to do is plant a seed. And black people will water it, nurture the soil, and make it grow. And all they have to do is sit back and watch.
Right. Exactly.
A woman want to know that you're going to be able to feed her. So in order for her to believe that, she got to see you kill something. The question for today is, can a black man lead? Can a black man lead his woman? Can he lead his household? The answer to that question is no, unless he can make a woman feel secure. A lot of women have a problem with giving the reins over to a man because they have had a lot of experiences with dudes that wasn't about shit. They done being used, they been mistreated, and they been lied to and everything else. Dudes make all these promises and tell women that they gonna give them the world, and they never deliver on any of those promises. And it's been like that for decades, for a long time. Men have been making promises that they couldn't keep. So, as a man, you have to take the lead. You can't sit around and complain and cry because a woman ain't letting you lead. You got to show her that you're worthy of taking the lead. It's going to take for you to build trust. It's going to take for her to see you kill something. A woman want to know that you're going to be able to feed her. So in order for her to believe that, she got to see you kill something. She got to see you wake up every day, go hard for everything that you say you want in your life.
What do y'all think?
Yeah, I agree with him. I absolutely agree with him.
What does he mean by kill? What is he talking about?
I believe he means figuratively. He's being hyperbolic. He's not. He doesn't mean literally go out and kill. He means.
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
he means handling your business, going out there and proving that you're able to provide for her fiscally, that you're able to put food on the table, that you're able to take care of her and her resources.
Now, why is
like
that?
Chicago Rilla said, gather resources, produce.
So why do he even need to say that? That should be a given. Right off the bat, that should be a given.
It should be, but apparently it's not, because we don't have it in large scale.
Right. Quick shout out to M. Mills and Chicago Rilla in the house.
But you know what? I just wanted to say something, and then I was going to drop down. That I see this documentary on lions, right? And it was a situation where the male lion had gotten killed, and the female lion was there to raise the cubs on her own. So she gave birth to a male lion, and she had to teach that male lion how to hunt and how to, to hunt and survive. But she never kicked him out the pride. He was there, always there, following her around. And it was just, even the lion, it looked effeminate. It even looked effeminate, and it would not leave and start and build its own pride. But I noticed when there are male lions in the pride that they kick the other male cubs out of the pride, like really once they get a certain age. Do you think that is because, women can't teach men how to be men? Only a man could teach a man, how to be a man? Do you think that's why it's so messed up and Black men are so confused about a manhood?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, don't get me wrong. I believe there needs to be some sort of, see, the thing is that the man of the family, when you have a son, sets the tone. So when he's not there, there's really, I mean, women aren't raised to be men or to raise men. They're to help raise a man, but that's not supposed to be their sole gig. So what happens is when these guys leave and they're not around, the men aren't fully programmed when they go out into the world. Does that make sense? There's a big, whatever that male language information is supposed to be, it's not programmed into the male. It's not programmed into them. So they're missing what you're seeing in the manosphere and what you're seeing in the streets and what you're seeing out there is a lot of men that the programming never got finished. And when somebody's programming never got finished, when a computer's program never got finished, the computer's going to break down because it's going to run out of the right kind of data to finish its function. That's my theory anyway. I know it sounds kind of geeky, but
let me read this comment, and I want to delve into what you just said. It's not a given if you weren't taught this. A lot of our young men are being raised to be kept women. Jen J asked by who's doing this. I know the answer, and he says, if you know, you know. Of course, again, the onus is put on the woman. But I submit to you that if these men were the stand-up men that they say they are, why aren't more of them being big brothers? Why aren't more of them reaching out to young men who don't have role models and mentors in their life?
Right.
See, that's what community is. And that's why I refuse to call to say black community, because there is no such thing. It's a fallacy. Because in community, regardless as to the station of life that the members are in, they have people to come and congregate around them and help them raise their children. The men aren't sent out there on their own, because other men around in that community will take the reins and try to mentor these young ones. So this ideology that women are completely responsible is still asinine, because where are the men? So there are no men around. So again, it's a male problem.
Yeah, Scott Haywood says lack of fatherhood is the main issue. It is. And I think we need to do is take that onion and peel it apart and focus on that. In fact, for younger men, really, we need to make sure that you get the information that you need to become productive men and kind men. That doesn't mean, because people can look at, there's so many men out there that are productive, but they beat on their wives. In fact, it was said in the streets that this dude right here, he's played a little basketball with his kids in the wrong way, with his kids, using his kids as basketball. Okay. That's just the word in the street. I'm not going to say I know for sure, allegedly. This man right here, I saw some paper on that. I mean, and these are two people that the men in the manospheres are following, and they follow this guy down here. Straight out of jail. What kind of role model is that?
With all kinds of female issues himself.
Right. Watch. Later on, they're going to make, I guarantee you not, they're going to make Nick a role model. I guarantee you. Because they both use pretty much the same construct of how they attack their people they're threatened by. That's my thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Let me go back to the next one. Boom.
Okay, you want us to believe that Black women are the reason that Black men are in jail. 38.5% of Black men make up this federal BOP prison. It looks like degeneracy begins age 26 through age 50 is the predominant age group that they have locked up. When we get into what the offenses are, none of this has anything to do with Black women. It looks like y'all are making an informed decision to sell drugs at an all-time high. That's a whopping 44.8%. Now, just out of curiosity, what does your drug offenses and gun charges have to do with Black women? Because next after drugs is weapons, explosives, or arson at 21.7%. Y'all been blaming women for your problems since the beginning of time. Even Adam blamed Eve and then blamed God for giving him Eve. Okay, you want us to believe that Black women are the reason that Black men are in jail. 38.5% of Black men make up this federal BOP prison. It looks like degeneracy begins age 26 through age 50 is the predominant age group that they have locked up. When we get into what the offenses are, none of this has anything to do with Black women. It looks like y'all are making an informed decision to sell drugs at an all-time high. That's a whopping 44.8%. Now, just out of curiosity, what does your drug offenses and gun charges have to do with Black women?
Right.
Next after drugs is weapons, explosives, or arson at 21.7%. Y'all been blaming women for your problems since the beginning of time. Even Adam blamed Eve and then blamed God for giving him Eve. Okay, you want us to believe that Black women are the reason that Black men are in jail.
Oh, my bad. Okay. First of all, before we move forward, this information came from Prism 717. Please follow Prism. Great information. I mean, Prism, if you're in the chat, feel free to put your link in the chat. Excellent information. Very much appreciated. Gemini, what are your thoughts?
On this will somehow be roped into some type of way providing, making provisions for women and children. This is why they're doing this type of activity, even though it can't be quantified, because you still have a group of children that are still impoverished and not making anything off of this. The criminal activities that these guys are doing isn't helping anyone, and it's definitely not helping the people in their neighborhoods, because those are the people that they're stealing from, by and large. Right. And again, it goes back to the image thing. They love to talk about the dynamics between Black women and Black men, but they never talk about the image that they're portraying to society. It is them who is formulating our image and their image to society, right, which causes further racism to be enacted on people who have nothing to do with that. And someone made the comment about people who have individualistic mindsets. Let's see what was said. People who have a separate individual agenda always say there is no community. Well, there can't be a community when people don't have like minds. They don't have shared values. They don't care for the health and welfare of its members. It's not about having an individualistic mindset, because truly, if a person like myself had an individualistic mindset, I can log over here and live a happy life and not think about any of this, because it really doesn't affect me like that. I care about other people. I care about the women and children that are being affected by this type of thing. So please don't make assumptions. If you want to know, come up on the panel and just ask the question.
All right. And I'd also like to kick out some shout outs. We're getting some great conversation in the chat. Don't think your messages are ignored, because you're really making some good points in here. Camo is making great points. Siobhan is making great points. Henry, as always. Jen J. Scott, thank you for this is constructive information, whether I agree or not. That doesn't matter. You're trying to, you're in the chat trying to work things out, and I really appreciate that. This is the kind of constructive information, the kind of constructive conversation and debate that we need to have.
And since we're looking at them, let's read some of them.
Oh, by all means. Let's start with Scott's right here.
He says, we can agree there are serious issues. Are there any ideas or solutions to solve them? First of all, we can't really agree that we don't agree upon the serious issues. So we can't get to the solutions because we don't really agree on the serious issues.
Right.
Yeah, Scott, feel free to come up. We'd love to discuss it with you. Yeah, you're probably one of the most constructive people we have in the chat. So feel free if you want to come up. If you don't, it's okay. I understand, the wife might be, telling you to stay offline and you're sneaking, watching your phone or something.
Jen J says, at what people are adults? I think it's at what age people, at what people are adults accountable for their own behavior? Personal responsibility is in short supply. You're in prison because of you. Exactly. And so Monica says solution, stop birthing them.
Whoa.
Chicago Rilla says, Scott, build better men. We got to invest in the next generation.
Right. That's actually a great idea.
Kittens and Caskets says, some of the Black men in prison never ever been with women and have been in prison since they were teenagers.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah, it is.
Siobhan says a lot of these bloodlines do need to become extinct. Chicago Rilla says, cats are not committing crime or selling drugs to feed their family. They do it for vanity.
Cats.
Kenzie Cassie says, I never see Black women saying the system is why they can't get an education or accomplish a goal and become productive citizens.
Bars.
Let me say it again,
Bars.
because this is true. I never see Black women saying the system is why they can't get an education or accomplish a goal and become productive citizens. Chicago Rilla says there are some brothers. No, there are some brothers like me, or maybe you, who will work with the guys, but they do not get the lion's share of my investment. It is easier to build young men than to repair broken men.
Right. Right.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah,
I can't argue with that at all.
Definitely. And these are choices that they make.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a point where I understand you can try to blame your situation on a broken home, but you know, there's a point where you have to say to yourself, when do I take control of my own life?
Right.
And leave the past behind.
Right.
You know, that's when you know. In the house, Don Harden, it's great to see you. Mr. DJ Music is in the house. CKE is in the house. Thank you all for coming through. Your presence is appreciated. Here we go.
A lot of men want to be leaders, but they don't want to take what come with it. Like being a man and being a husband and being a father, those roles like accentuate what real leadership is. When you sign up to be somebody's husband or sign up to be somebody's father, that means that they are putting their livelihood in your hands and it's on you. So with that, you got to take care of that. You got to make sure that your woman is in the best headspace that she could possibly be in. You got to make sure that your kid, you know, is progressing and growing, you know, at a pace that's, you know, suitable for where it is that you're trying to get them to go. It don't come with thank you cards. It don't come with credit. It don't come with you beating my chest like, look what I created. It's a selfless thing. You literally the man behind the scenes that's just pulling the strings and making sure that everything run how it's supposed to run. And you got to be cool with not getting no credit. You got to be cool with, you know, letting people around you shine. That's what true leadership is. And if you're not ready for that, then you need to stay far away from relationships.
Thoughts.
Drop the link, DJ.
Got it. Dropped.
Couldn't have said it better than myself.
Tiff said, build better men and stop poisoning the water of the youth. That's exactly right. Because what we have now is a group of men who are online poisoning the water for women that are raising their children alone, and these young men who are seeking male guidance. So they fall into these channels where these men are telling them the women are no good, and it causing them not to even respect the women that are raising them.
Right.
And Tiff says, I never got a parade for owning a home, getting my master's degree. They threw my brother a whole party for getting an apartment and bought him furniture. Again, the coddled male child.
Hello, Woody. Let's wait for his system to kick in.
Me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. You had said something that we don't agree that there's a problem. What do you mean?
No. I said we don't agree on the problems. We don't agree on the stem of the problem.
Now, when you say we, are you talking about, let's say, your group and the Manosphere, men and women in general?
Men and women in general. What's represented on this social media platform?
Oh, did he follow?
Wait, no, I was thinking about that.
Oh, feel free. Take your time.
Yeah.
Hi, Siobhan. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, everybody. Good evening.
Hello, Siobhan.
You were going to say something, Scott?
Yeah, to me, it's common sense. I mean, I think you guys point to a group of guys who pretty much failed at manhood, and I think everyone can agree, yeah, those dudes need some serious work. I don't know what can be done to help them. So, but there are a group of guys who look at the black community and just throw their hands up and just walk away because there's no draw. They didn't, they didn't really get the love and support of the community to be what they became. They had to leave the community because the community did not support them.
I think it's more so that it's not that the community did not support them, but more so that somehow they believe the community wasn't supporting them.
Wait. Let me ask this. What do you mean the community didn't support them? In what way? What should they have expected from the quote unquote community?
Okay, if the community upholds the drug dealers and criminals as the dude, that's the guy, that's the guy. And a guy who's going to school getting good grades, he's seen as a chump, sellout, So
and who are you saying the community is?
Black people.
So you're saying both black men and black women are upholding the drug dealers and the criminals?
I would say the men wanted to be them, the women wanted to be with them. Now, I can't speak for teenagers today. I think the drug game sort of played out, but I'm trying to go back to the origins where a lot of this started, and it started with my generation, maybe the generation before. I would say the generation before. I mean, I've seen it, her. Not to get too personal. In fact, I'm not even going to go there. I would just say this. When I got my dad's side of the story, that changed a lot in my life. And so...
Let me ask you, when did you get your dad's side of the story?
Early 20s, my early 20s.
And why was it so long for you to get his side of the story?
He's from the generation where men aren't really touchy-feely. He didn't want to say anything negative about my mom. So he took all the hits, so to speak. He took all the hits growing up. Yeah, he's the bad guy. He's this, that. And
so was he there the whole time?
I would see him several times a year, but when your mind is polluted and he is not seen, or you're raised to not really value his opinion, he doesn't know anything. He's, when you're brainwashed by your mom to really not like your dad or respect your dad, it kind of formulates, a way of thinking throughout life. So, but like I said, when I got his part and I saw, whoa, so me being just like my daddy is actually a good thing. In fact, it's a great thing. It's not an insult. It's an insult growing up, and then until you realize, and then you grow up and see. It's like, oh, okay, all right, okay. So
let me ask you this question, and I'm trying to be as So do you you're saying his absence was due to you only seeing him twice a year? Was he geographically or in your area, or he wasn't geographically in your area?
Yes, geographically in the area.
He was.
Yes.
And so you're insinuating that it was your mother that kept him away from you?
No.
Okay.
He would come get me whenever I called. I just didn't want to be around him.
Because of what your mother told you about him?
Yes.
So when you met him in person, did his behavior kind of like confuse you because he was behaving differently than what your mother told you about him?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. So how long did it take you to kind of like figure out or devise a conclusion that maybe she wasn't being 100% accurate with the depiction of your father?
I would say high school, around 10th, 11th grade in high school. So early 80s.
Okay, so when that happened, did you have an epiphany, or was this something that was gradual?
It was, I would probably say it was an epiphany. It's like the signs are there, but you never want to think. You can never believe someone would do something like that to you. It's hard to believe that it's like hard to wrap your mind around someone you trust would do that to you. So
I see.
Anyway, yeah.
All right. Some comments in here. ML says, my father never allowed not being in the house to stop him from being a father. A woman can not stop a man from being a father. It's true. It's true. It's actually 100% true. Very good comment, MLs. They might be, I guess what Scott's argument is that though his father was around, the influence, his mother, since he was living with his mother, and Scott, please, Woody, please correct me if I'm wrong. Since your mother you were around your mother 24/7 and not your father, she got first dibs on painting a narrative to you. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I want to read Chief Goddess's comment. His father got away scot-free, no pun intended, I'm sure, from investing in his development and molding him into a man, yet it's his mother being held accountable because his father chose to abandon his responsibility. Mm-hmm. I think what Scott is saying, that he didn't actually abandon his responsibility. I just think when men don't push the issue, this is what happens. Like if men don't fight for joint custody of their children, then how is it that the woman can be held fully accountable? The man needs to fight for their children, to fight at least to be able to be seen in the home.
That's
so
a good
that
point.
The woman is not able to indoctrinate the child with a quote unquote false narrative of who the father is.
Well, here's this pops up another question. Is that's right? I mean, what I mean, if I don't know, it just seems like to me having a father or a woman allowing the father to share custody can only be an advantage because that gives you more time to recharge and reload as far as stress and everything like that. So Scott, did your father ever tell you why he didn't set you up in set you up a little bedroom somewhere at his spot, and share custody that way?
No, but I didn't want to be over there.
Okay. Because
So this is the question I have, Scott, because you're saying that he was in your life, but what you saw in him wasn't enough for you to see something of value in him, because at a certain time in a kid's life, especially for boys at a certain age, they're fighting against the authority of their mother, and a lot of times they tend to gravitate to their fathers. So there was never a point of that in your life?
No, I mean, I was a pretty good kid. We didn't clash all that much. I mean, look, I'm not going to put everything
No,
out there, so to
and I don't
speak.
want you to.
So
I don't want you to. I only
if,
want you to share what you feel comfortable with sharing. And if it becomes
yeah,
something that you no longer want to talk about, we can stop whenever you say stop.
okay, yeah. There's a lot more going on that I'm not going to mention. I'm open to talking offline, but I mean, I don't want to broadcast it on on YouTube with what's going on.
Okay, we
But
can
yeah,
we can move on. We can move on, Scott. We don't have to rest right here. Thank you for sharing what you did.
But you know what?
But I know everyone. The thing is, people are jumping to assumptions and conclusions. But I would like to say to everyone, you don't have the whole story. You don't have the whole rundown. So you probably shouldn't do that. I mean, some of the points are valid. I would admit he probably should have tried a little bit harder. But he said at the time the cops almost shot him. That again, we're too much. I'm not.
I understand.
I'm not. Yeah. I mean, there are. I mean, I look at. Yeah. I'm not going there, people. I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Understood. We appreciate your input. Okay, Siobhan, you were saying something?
I was just going to mention a couple of points. One being that Black men were pimping Black women off of the plantation. So, I noticed that there's a rhetoric running around about hip hop music, but those guys, there's no way that they could have came up with that music if they already weren't seeing that type of behavior take place. Mind you, the resurgence of pimping happened in the 70s prior to, once again, the first track ever being released that was ever hip hop or rap related. So we got to get off of that talking point about rap music and all of that. No, the degeneracy was already taking place. Certain pathologies already existed. And, there was a recent episode of Finding Your Roots where the Black actress Regina King, I know, everybody should know who Regina King is. She just found out that her grandfather was living a double life. And he was not only with her grandmother in Mississippi, but in fact had another family in Chicago. So we have to, once again, address that these issues have already taken place. And in regards to those older generations, like those grandfathers and those guys of that era, the reason why they're quiet and they don't say anything is because a lot of that silence is a representation of embarrassment. That's it.
I agree.
All right, Heathen Queen, and then Deontay. If you have anything to say, that'd be great as well.
For the gentleman that just left, he wanted to talk, but not to us. And I thank him for that little information he gave us. I don't have any comments on that.
Scott, you're I don't know if you okay, there you go.
Oh, there it
Still
goes.
here.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's get back to the point. As far as agreeing on what the problem is, I think everyone can agree. Yeah, there's a serious issue in the Black community with men failing to launch. I mean, even there are people in the Manosphere who agree with that statement.
So, if you can make any suggestions to these men on what they should do next, even if you think it's futile, what would you say?
I would say to a young man who's in his early 20s, who's not really, I don't know. At first, you have to, realize there's a problem, realize things aren't right. And I think once you do that, then the path to correcting it will open up to you. But if you're going through life thinking that there is no problem, there's nothing wrong, I'm fine, you'll never change. No one can tell you otherwise.
Very well
I think
said.
a large swath have to be sort of cordoned off and just ignored, and then focus on the people who can do, who want to do.
Well said.
So it's like, I think this is, you guys are screaming loud. and pointing, these dudes are the problem, these dudes are the problem. And I came from the Manosphere, and I admit my knee-jerk reaction was, oh, this is just a hate. This is just a hate. And some of the points you guys were making were clear, you know, pointing out this dude is not what he say he is and this and that and the other thing. And okay, I can agree with you. Okay. So I'm still left wondering, you know, okay, where do we go from here? Because if all I see is hatred and just talking this, you know, these men are this, these men are trash, whatever, I don't feel a need to extend an arm of friendship. Hey, how can we come together and fix this thing? I'm like, well, hell, if we hate each other, well, then we just go our separate ways. And that's what I get from this show.
But that's a defeatist mindset, and the point is not to say that, you know, throw your hands up and say we hate each other. That's not the point of this. The point of this is to be with like-minded people and focus on the things that you can change, because there are things that you cannot change, and you have to accept that there are people and things that you cannot change. But to do better, and to move smartly and to move safely, especially for Black women, because let's be real, the people who are being hurt the most are the women and the children because of the dynamics in the so-called community. Now, that's not to say that Black men aren't dying every 2 hours, but as a result of that, still the women and the children are being put in jeopardy as a result of that.
Can I ask Scott a question?
Yep.
Scott, do you know the age of indoctrination?
The age of indoctrination. I don't think
Yes,
I've ever
you know the
heard.
age. The age in which you can indoctrinate a child.
Is it I would guess at around 13?
No, it's 7.
Oh, okay.
By 7, you can indoctrinate a child. That's why in those other, countries that we don't have to name, how they have those children trained, to where they'll walk with bombs strapped to them. Yeah. So the age of indoctrination is 7. So I find it interesting that, a lot of Black men are trying to encourage young men in their 20s, when really a young man, just like a girl, could even become a teen mom as young as 11, 12, 13. So there are already mindsets that are already set to where 20, he's already a bandit, full blown at that point. We have the most crime being committed in this country right now from 13 to 17-year-olds. I don't know if you're aware of that. These are children out here that are taking, stealing cars, doing these TikTok challenges, all this corruption, stealing out of the malls, blah, 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 blah. So these are youngsters moving around. So at this point, at 20, the boy is already far gone. And you can only imagine that a juvenile record could have already been built up extensively even by then. So the men need to actually be stepping in way sooner than I don't even think that they even imagine. And that's going to take education. That's where men have to start advocating for knowledge. And that's the only way that you guys are going to be able to have a meeting and be the knights at the round table. You got to have the knowledge. But if you're running around in these circles the way that these guys are, talking about you don't need no degrees, you don't need to do this, and they want to hurry up and act like they're pseudo intellects based off of reading 3 books, but don't want to go to school and get a degree, and then want to rag on the Black woman because she wants to seek the knowledge and she wants to take her career and her life to the next level. It's like you're going to constantly stay down. And we can talk about getting married, doing all of these. Everybody has all these same solutions, but the foundation of it is education.
And it goes back to what I was saying about this game they're running on these young men by telling them that it's not needed. And they're telling them to seek careers that they may not even want to seek or are passionate about, but it's quick. It's something that's quick and easy to get into. So, go get your CDL or go learn a trade, HVAC, or different types of things that's labor intensive. And again, the representation of the industries that they need to be seen in will be the reason why they're discriminated against, especially industries such as medicine and law. So if you have a group of young men that are discouraged from entering those areas, they won't see people that look like them in the medical field except for women.
Why is it exactly that they are so against education? Why is it that so many don't want to go back to school?
Because
Why?
it takes discipline, heathen.
Hmm.
It takes discipline to go and, shoot for that degree. It takes discipline to be consistent. They do things in starts and finishes. They want to go hustle for a week, sleep for a month. You can't live your life like
Instant
that.
gratification.
Yeah, then that's where the instant gratification. I can get 20,000 doing this lick real quick. Then I can go lay down for the next year. Like, come on. It's just
Right. I do have a question to ask, Scott. Scott, you've heard, your red pill brethren talk about make justifications on why not to go to college. In fact, what is his name? Poor Man's Podcast is a big proponent of not going to college. How do you feel about that? And what do you think's the solution? Because it doesn't seem like these men are doing anything. If they were learning a trade, it'd be different, but it doesn't seem like they're doing that either.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think for one, if you go to school, you should do something worth your while. I mean, don't take basket weaving. But I mean, I guess a general business degree is fine. But I guess they're trying to meet some of the guys who are beyond the point or incapable. They're trying to, and this is a guess on my part. I haven't talked to anyone, but my guess is they're trying to reach everyone. Okay, school's not for you. You can go here, get your HVAC degree. You can get a CDL.
Well, you're guessing wrong.
That's my take on it.
Let me stop you because you're guessing wrong. That's not at all what they're saying. They're not encouraging them to go to college at all. They're telling them the college is useless. And this is the thing. You think a lot of people think because they're saying this to men that what they say to women is applicable to men. When you tell a group of women that their degrees are useless, then you're also telling men that degrees are useless. So it's like you can't separate the two. And this ideology, let me put this out here once again. For the record, no 4-year degree is useless. No 4-year degree is useless. You may not get the career that you started out in or that you wanted, but no 4-year degree is useless because you can always become an educator, get in that system, get upper mobility, get health care, and get retirement. There are loads of things that you can get by being an educator, and then you can move on from that. The thing that Black women do that I don't understand why Black men can't get a hold of, and some do, but the idea that you're stuck in the career or the job that you're in, because what you can do, as I said before, is if you go to trade school, you can work that trade, but also go to school for something that you're passionate about at the same time.
Right.
But can we also talk about the networking benefit that comes from that?
Yes.
Also, you're being introduced to different type of strategies and concepts. So it's beyond a degree. See, that's the problem with men where you disconnect, is that you're stuck on what is the benefit for me in the sense of the material gain. There's more gain than material. You're going to be open to so many different type of forms of literature, which can also help you expand your vocabulary, because a lot of these men are angry because you don't even have the vocabulary to access. You're angry because you're rotating the same 10 words every day for the last 20 years. You haven't opened up your mindset. Your soul is calling for you to open up, but you're so closed, and that's what keeps you steaming. And then you start running around and then creating further children, sons in particular, who run around and start annihilating the neighborhood and the community. So it's like, come on, it's beyond a degree. That's how I know that if you're saying that, then you're already lost. If you think that that's all that it's about, you can meet some amazing people in different walks of life only if you opened up and read a book, went to a seminar, a workshop. I mean, come on.
Where is basket weaving a degree from?
We don't know. Me and our CBA by design. Me and our CBA.
It was just a joke, and you guys
basket
gotta give Scott a chance to respond to your statements as well.
Right. No, I agree with you guys are saying about college and the connections. I mean, that's again, but college is not for everyone.
No, it's not, and nobody.
Well, it's not about it being. Sorry, Gemini, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, it's not about it being for everyone. It's not about you. That's what I mean about obtaining a degree. You can still go to a college campus and take certain courses. So it's like, you could go take an English class. You could go take a literature class. You don't have to necessarily seek a degree. So it's like, how many Black men have even done that? You know what? Let me just go take go get 3 units real quick. Let me just go take 2 classes, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday at the local college and just fill it out. So it's like you can't say what's not for you, and you haven't even put your finger in the water to test the temperature.
And you can audit classes.
I'm just telling
audit
you.
classes that you don't even have to pay for. You request to audit the class.
Right.
It's as simple as that. And a lot of Black men are intelligent, but they lack the ability to stick to something and focus on something. And people who are like that can go test out of a lot of classes.
This is true. Listen, me putting forth an argument is not necessarily me making that argument personally. I'm repeating what I've heard.
Kind of like a devil's advocate.
Devil's, right? Yes. That's really my reason.
Okay, and this men are time conscious. We know it's a luxury we don't have. What are they? I mean, I do know they die earlier than us, but what luxury do women have? What time luxury do women have? I'm confused. No, I'm serious, because this narrative that men don't have the time. They don't have the time to do what? What time do women have that men don't have?
Right.
And
we got online classes now and everything. I mean, come on. Listen. Okay.
It's funny to me that they believe that there's so many excuses and so many there's so much that they have going on that apparently we don't face racism, we don't face sexism, we don't face classism, we don't face obstacles, we don't have we just have all the free time in the world to do everything that we desire to do, and we can sit at home all day and do nothing, and we don't have to think about anything. So I'm just confused about maybe I'm missing something that other women were afforded, other Black women were afforded.
Right.
I just have more respect for somebody that'll just tell me flat out that ain't what I want to do and I'm not about to do it, and then just roll with it. But all of this, I don't have time, and all of these excuses, it makes no sense if these guys are spending time in these spaces talking about nothing over and over again. You got to make the time. Even wealthy people tell you that all the time. Like, that's always in their top 10. Like, make the
wait, Siobhan, something you said that they're in these spaces. Guess how much time they spend in these spaces? But they don't have time.
Right. That's what I'm saying. This is hours worth of footage and all of that, and commenting and blah, blah, blah. You're engaging. So you're only going to entertain what you really want to entertain. Right. So if you really wanted to, that's why I said, I just said earlier, taking the step, taking one class. If you can't make that type of time, then you aren't in a position to sit around and complain. Just exist in the corner and just stay there. But you can't come jumping out and trying to be a stick-up kid and take what somebody else has and feel angry and upset when all you had to do was apply yourself anyway. See, the thing about it is it's just been too much laying up going on and too much self-gratification for men. You're not even, you guys aren't warriors. You're all modern day. That's why all this modern woman stuff is like, what is it? You never had to be a young warrior. You never went to warrior school. Most of you guys aren't even that physically capable to even last around in wrestling, doing anything, because we've been luxuriating in American fat food, processed diets, and laying up watching TV. Let's keep it real.
Exactly. It's just funny to me. I'm with Tiff. Tiff says women have 78 hours in a day, men only have 24. That must be the type of time we're working on. And then when you confront the realness, then you all have a good evening. I'm doing work in my community, beloved. Oh, okay. Now you want to bounce when you've made it seem as though women have all this time in the world, and men some type of way have less time than women do. You don't hear all these excuses from other demographics of men that are about their business, because I'm not going to pretend like other demographics of men don't have their own pookies and ray-rays, because they do too. But we just have an overabundance of them.
Yeah, because if people are climbing and sailing heights, it's not like we're talking about something that we haven't seen. So it is possible. So for you to say that it's impossible for you just clearly means that, yeah, you don't want to do it. And that's
Right.
okay to admit that. But don't sit around blaming Black women for how we're supposed to sit up here and let you take a 10-year break on what you want to do with your life. Like, no,
Right.
nobody's gonna do that, and we're not gonna sit up here and act like because a couple of bars was dropped on a rap track in the 80s that all of a sudden, boop, here comes Surge the problem. No, it was already degeneracy going on. It was already these pathologies. It was already a Black man having time instead of seeking education. Even then trying to get something, you were having what? Families in one state and another. So how you had time to create all these multiple families, but you didn't have time to get educated and get on your feet?
Right.
Don Harden said, master something. I said, master something, master anything. Just master something that's productive. Let me put it that way. That's productive and legal.
Right.
Prism says, yes, Amiri Brown and I were talking earlier about the Monahan report. There are other sociologists who examine the smaller Black community of the 60s, but they are sticking to the echo chamber.
Well,
of course they are.
Right.
Yeah.
The receipts are already there. That's why I said, like, you can't deny the history that's there. And that's another thing that will they have to allow and release and allow this information to be what it is and let it go, because that's also contributing to the problem. You want to live in a fantasy land, but really what they're living in is in a nightmare.
Right. A loop, a nightmare on loop.
Right.
And I agree with Jen J. She says, master self. Start there. That's the only place you can start, because everything else decimates if you don't start there. You're not able to have any follow through. You're not able to accomplish anything if you don't start with self. And nobody said it was simplistic. Like, I don't believe anybody on here who is successful got it by some way of simplicity.
Right. That's correct.
Yeah, everybody has different paths in life, but you still have to, once again, hit the pavement, and these guys don't want to hit the pavement. That's why they're constantly trying to bash the Black woman, and expect her. And this goes back to that pimp hoe rhetoric, where you're still trying to do that even now in this era by trying to use these old scare tactics, when you can't scare anyone now, when we're already seeing life take place worldwide. We have the internet now. You can't scare us into obscurity anymore. We're all one collective now. We're all one whole being. So now that the receipts are coming out, this is worldwide. This isn't even a Black woman issue. They still don't even accept that all women across the board are not having children. All women across the board don't want to marry y'all. So globally, right? This is a worldwide thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure the aliens on another nearby planet probably breaking up right now. I mean, this is vibrating across the galaxy right now. Like,
you said, look, alien babies aren't being born.
Right, little alien babies ain't even little one-eyed alien babies ain't even being born right now. Everybody tired.
Right. It's just not a problem that came up lately. I mean, it's been like that for a long time. Like I was explaining to someone the other night, I said, when I told my husband to go back, maybe you should go back to school, you want to earn more money or whatever, whatever. I mean, he flat out refused to go back to school. He barely made it out of high school, but he did find a job that paid him just as much. He was a correction officer, right? And he made just as much, if not more. He made six figures. He made it up to a captain. He made it all the way up there to the top, but he still refused to go to school. Never understood why he refused to go back to school, but he did, right? And with him doing that, that pushed me to go the other direction and to go back to school, right? In order for the household's income to level up a little bit more. But I mean, this is just not a problem that with black men now. It's been a problem. It's been a problem since I was getting married as a young person. He didn't want to get the guys in my neighborhood didn't want to get married. I mean, didn't want to get go to school, didn't want to do this, that, and the third, and they weren't marrying their women back then either. So this is not a problem that just cropped up. This is a long-standing problem between the black men and black females.
Exactly.
All right. I want to play something for a second and get Scott's input on this. The gentleman right here is one of, you may or may not know him, is one of the leaders of the Manosphere.
He's playing that Sambo role threat, and everybody want to see Sambo dance.
You want to know what's really wrong with the black community? Is that the woman is out of her purpose and she's not a helpmeet no more. She's the enemy.
He's playing that Sambo role.
She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has.
He's playing that Sambo role threat, and everybody want to see Sambo dance.
We had to build the plane while we were trying to fly it at the same time, but a lot of people look at the successes, or they look at what they think.
He's playing that Sambo role.
She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has. She's more of an enemy than anybody in history has ever been to the black community, because she's the very person that comes in with deceit and looks to use you and then disperse of you when she's done with you.
Really, nigga?
And then she'll move on when it's all said and done, and then say, well, what about the kids? Fuck them kids and fuck that woman too.
Yeah.
So that's on Anton Daniels, who is respected among the Manosphere. Do you believe what he said was constructive at all?
Constructive, no. Thought-provoking, maybe.
Can you clarify what you mean?
Well, I mean, there are some men who believe that about women. And if you go on some of these...
Scott, I totally believe you. We've met some. Let's just put it that way.
But I mean, they can point to YouTube channels where women say horrible things about men. So I would believe that's who he's talking about. I mean, Anton is married, so I'm pretty sure he doesn't feel that way about his wife, nor do I feel that way about mine. But I do believe, there's some women who act as an enemy towards black men. I mean,
but the Anton wasn't referring to some. He was referring to all women, including he would have to only, because he wants to start over with, I assume, with some other race of women, since he doesn't like black women. And I think we both know that, really, quite honestly, people can be married to people whose culture they hate. I've met people like that. So I think we need to, in many ways, not let Anton hide behind being married. Just because his wife is in on it doesn't mean that he respects or loves others, if you know what I mean. I mean, he's forced to love his daughter and he's forced to love his wife because that's his family. But I think it goes beyond thought provoking. I think it goes into something a little bit more toxic.
Why is it exactly he thinks black women are the worst enemy, worse than white men? Why exactly does he think that?
He said white supremacy. So the entire system of white supremacy. Black women are worse than.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
How do you have that thought and you've only been married one time? And apparently you've been faithful to that particular person all of this time, and you haven't had any kind of dealings with any other woman except your wife. How do you have that thought process?
Me personally?
No, I'm saying Anton.
How could he? Well,
yeah.
you don't know. I mean, you don't know everything about his life.
No, I'm saying that's what he said. He said,
yeah, I don't know. I can't even wrap my head around that.
Okay. Let me go to another question. Scott, do you know who this is?
That MFer there. Yeah, I know who he is.
How in the world is he in Redpill? I mean, this is Anton's show right here.
That I don't know. I have no answer for that.
Okay.
Isn't this the dude? Now, I don't watch his show or watch much of his content. I only get snippets of when he says something outrageous. Did he say he did something to someone? And it's it's him. I can't. I mean, come on. No one can justify that. No one can. I mean, I wouldn't even have him on my show.
Yeah. So why do you have an idea why he brought him on the show? I mean, quite honestly, I mean, it bothers me. It bothers me a lot. I mean, this is the problem I have with a lot of the leaders in the Manospheres. A lot of them have either records or they've had a dusty past, and that's putting it nicely, or they have an abrasive behavior. There's Tate himself. I mean, he just got out of a prison. I'm not saying he was in prison because it was temporary, but he just got out of, let's say, jail to be fair, right?
Right.
For trafficking, but he is beloved in the Manosphere. I mean, if we're gonna repair the community, I mean, see, Scott, this is what I'm gonna say, and I'm not trying to blow smoke up your butt, but I believe if the Manosphere had more Scots in it, though I may not agree with everything you say, the community would be better off. But that's not where we are. We're literally with men that some have criminal records, which is okay. You can clean that up. But when you don't show any growth, like this man right here, he hasn't shown me anything that shows that he's grown out of what put him in prison in the first place. In fact, he's saying the same things and endorsing it to younger men who are impressionable, and he's making it sound glamorous.
Right. And he's Anton's buddy, right? And Anton is supposed to be so religious, so Christ-driven. This is his buddy. He says, I'm not leaving him. I'm not throwing him away for nothing. Nobody's gonna make me throw Mr. White away. But he's so Christ-driven. He's so religious. That's why I don't respect him.
That's what he said. I'll have to watch this episode then. I'll have to watch this.
Yeah, it's
I'll have to.
I mean, what pretty much Charleston Whitey doubles down on what he did. He recalls how they were how their strategy on how they would make a woman feel like it was just going to be a one-on-one, and but him and his buddies would show up, that kind of thing. Yeah. So I don't see how. I'm really kind of like confused, because how does somebody in the Manosphere expect that that's just not good at all. And it's not like this guy here saying, I was a horrible person. and we need to get better. He's not saying that. He's not saying that. He's literally doubling down on yeah, and this is how you got to treat women kind of scrap. And don't get me wrong, he doesn't say it directly, but he says it in so many words, and it's like, okay, Scott, this is why I say what I say. This is why we, in this group, we say what we say. You may not agree with what we say, but it's examples like this is why we say what we say about men in the manosphere.
And
this is why we say it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I would say is good about this show. I mean, you are good at pointing it out, and once a person actually stops and listens and not have the knee-jerk anti response, yeah, you make a lot of sense. I'll admit that. I have to admit that you make a lot of sense. And again, the we don't have to agree on everything, but I think we all agree we want things to be better. Yes. I think we can all agree on that. That's what we all want. We want relationships between men and women to be solid, based on strong families. We want all of that, right?
Yeah, Scott, I do have another question.
Yeah.
This is going to sound stupid, but it's going to be an interesting question. Why did you marry your wife? Was it an arrangement time thing, or was it because you were in love with her?
Arrangement? What do you mean?
Some people arrange marriage.
No. We used to live around the corner from each other. We met, she was maybe 13, 14, 15. I was 15. And we just, met and just, I decided, this is one I want to spend my life with. I also saw she came from a 2-parent home, and I came from a broken home. And I saw her dad was an upstanding dude. Her mom, was a great mom. She came from a solid family. She had infrastructure. And so I pretty much, looked to, saw what her dad had, and I said, that's what I want for myself. So
can I say something? This is that you made the comment she had infrastructure.
Yes.
And that's what drew you to her. And then I hear a lot of these manosphere men tell men to seek women that come from 2-parent households, while most of them don't. And I just think I think it's funny that they find value in that, but they don't create that.
Right.
Yeah, that is weird. I mean, my kids, I'm still, my kids are in their 30s, and I'm still on them like they're in high school. What time you come in last night? What's going on? I'm so, to me, that's the only way to be. You marry a woman, you stick with her through thick and thin, good and bad. And you raise your family.
But that's not what these guys aren't selling that either. What they're selling is this idea of, and I keep saying it, and I want to do a video combining all this. It just takes a lot of effort and work, but they're selling to young men to get a trade, something quick and easy, but wait until you get your money up to get married, which will be your late 30s or 40s. Meanwhile, these older men are also telling these younger men that they're older and they're dating and marrying younger women, while simultaneously telling them that older women are being run through. So what women do these young men have in their age group to couple with if older men are telling them that?
I have no idea. I mean,
does that make sense?
No. I mean, the whole, it seems like to me, a young couple is supposed to meet. Yeah, they don't have much money. They're in school. They struggle to build a life together. And by the time they're in their 30s, both of their careers, or his career takes off if she's at home or whatever. To me, that's the simple way to do it. Everything that that's being talked about nowadays seems like it's overly complicated.
Wait,
Well,
so you're still so? I'm sorry.
It's being made to seem that way because these men are taking these. They're encouraging these young men to be disgruntled, to turn their face away from women, so that they have a larger pool of women to choose from themselves. So they're taking these young men out of the dating market, and they're making them disgruntled with women, and they're putting this image in their head and saying that all these things about all women, but at the same time they're dating those women. So go ahead, Siobhan.
I just wanted to refer back to what Scott just said, and I just wanted to be clear, Scott, that you still basically are saying that you have old school beliefs in 2023 where young people are supposed to come together and struggle. Is that right?
Yeah, but not struggle in a bad way. I mean, if you using the logic.
No. I just mean I just mean in terms of building. That's the foundation of still building. Okay.
Yes.
So are you aware that most young people aren't even leaving the nest till around 27, 28 years of age?
Yes.
So in terms of what you just said, how does that apply for today's current economical circumstances? Because then that would be actually putting the parents in a liability situation in order for them to, I guess, somewhat nurture that couple through that. Because if they're still, unable to afford to live together, because remember, they're in struggle status, and that doesn't really apply for the way that the cost of living is. So how is that supposed to work?
Well, with the prices today, I mean, it was a lot easier when my wife and I were coming up than than how my children have it today. Luckily, I'm in a position now. If they need a down payment on the house, I can, supply that if they need it. But I don't know. I mean, I only know how to do it the way I did it. This new way of doing things, I'll have to admit, if I was on the market today, I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't know, because it seems like it's all just totally wrecked from.
But you do see how that's a problem, because in terms of what Gemini was saying earlier, the way that they're promoting older men who we already know for the most part, the numbers are saying that they're not even in a situation to be able to care for said women. So what's happening is what always was happening, is that this is just a liability for a young woman to end up pregnant and most likely back at her mom's house. You see what I'm saying? So how does that make any? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in terms of the responsibility, what it's looking like is that the older men have license to contaminate the young women, and then it continues a vicious cycle. And like Gemini was saying, the younger men aren't even able to date through their pool of women because they have a bunch of guys who are supposed to be older and maybe have a couple of more dollars than them, putting their women, subjecting them to an impoverished situation, taking their virtuosity, and taking their virginity rather, and then taking their, putting them in a situation where they're a single mom essentially and in a financial bind.
Yeah, I mean, now my son, who's in his late 20s, he was making, let's say 50 a year. And I would think most women on this site would look at him and say, oh no, he's only making 50 a year. I don't want anything to do with him, right? Am I right in that assumption? Most would say 50 a year. Nah.
No,
and cast him aside, right?
That's what you have, is you have a demographic of people that you're hearing with the loudest voices. Most Black women are marrying down or dating down. Black women, and this is quantifiable, Black women do not move up economically when they marry Black men, but they're still marrying them. So it's
and it's also counterproductive to the Pookie Ray Ray argument, because we know Pookie and Ray Ray don't have a child. So if they're out housing unemployed men, hustlers, then why wouldn't they? You know, what woman doesn't want a man bringing a steady check in? That just doesn't make any sense. That's never really been an argument until recent times, and that's really the men projecting it, because the numbers don't lie. Women are making more money now. You know,
but no, I've heard it from women. Women are saying that.
But they have a right to say, they have a right to that. They have a right to say that they don't want that, because normally, you know, as a man, that doesn't work. Men are egotistical. They're not going to sit there and be making 50K and comfortably dating a woman making 300. At some point, he's going to start using her. I mean, using her for her resources. Come on, you know how men are.
But
you know that.
I understand that, but it's like he would be cast aside without looking at his trajectory. That's the thing I don't get. It seems like
you know what? Let me say this to you, Scott. If a woman, if a woman is approaching him, or he's approaching a woman, and she tells him that that's where her priorities are, then she's not the woman for him. It's just that simple.
Right.
It's really that simple.
Yeah. And if she misses out on a good thing, she misses out on a good thing. There are more women than there are men. So he will run across a woman who sees his value. And see, this is a problem that I have with a lot of people, especially Black men. They want to run through a whole bunch of women. They think that they need to have access to a whole bunch of women. You can you should only be with one person at a time. You can only marry one person. So why is it that they need this plethora of women to go through instead of looking for their diamond? They're out here looking for a whole field mine of diamonds, and they're picking up fool's goals, and they're getting angry.
Right. And then once again, not having time for this so-called education, other things you could be doing, taking workshops, classes, taking martial arts, becoming more disciplined, meditating, a bunch of things that you could be doing instead of running around spending your life throwing out your sexual prowess. Then finally getting older, sitting there laying in the bed talking about, oh, what you could have did 20 years ago. Well, hey, that 20 years has passed, bro. You know.
So what my son, and this is my youngest son, and his friends are seeing is that Black women really don't want all that much to do with them. But they are getting some play from foreign women and white women.
That and I don't believe that. And the reason I say I don't believe that is because they're getting what they're getting and choosing people who feel like that. They're not choosing women that they wouldn't normally look at. They say the same thing about women, that women don't choose, you don't choose the educated guys, you only choose this, you only choose that. Men are doing the same freaking thing. They're going after the women that they shouldn't even be looking at to begin with, who don't have any interest in them, and then they want to put the onus on all women. That's some bull crap.
Right.
And so if they're getting play from those foreign women, white women, tell them to go for it. But don't come back when they've been decimated by those women and have a Black woman to build them up. The Black woman they didn't want to pay attention to in the first place.
But the women didn't pay attention to them. See, this is what the young dudes are saying.
They're saying that because they're not paying attention to the good girls. They want those tens. They want those baddies. So again, if that's where they want to be, again, Scott, if the young men are saying that they're getting interest from those groups, have at it. That's where they should go.
Yeah, Scott, I think the point.
Men like challenges. Men like challenges.
Yeah, I think Scott, the point that I usually see, that every time that we see these gentlemen online criticizing a woman, they criticize the ones that have long nails, weaves, and all this kind of stuff, and they fail to ignore or say or tell the truth that there were a plethora of women they ran through and ignored that might have been good women that thought that this person, that this gentleman was going to be forthright and honest and wanted a relationship, and all of a sudden they ghost them. A lot of what I've seen a lot is a lot of men. In fact, I wish he was here, but he's not here tonight. One gentleman, I asked him, I said, so So are you saying that you didn't do any women wrong? And he says, and he paused for a minute, and then he paused for another minute. He goes, yeah, I have. And then I asked him, I said, so couldn't that have been the right one? And he says, I do remember someone who she was the right one. And I still remember, I think she was actually, ironically, was from a foreign country, but she was here. But he chose to run through her. And I mean, in retrospect, he realizes that she could have been the one. I'm saying, I guess my point is this, is that these men have already met their wives. They just didn't like them, or they didn't like them enough, or they were too busy being in player mode to want to settle down.
Yeah, a lot of men pass up good women, especially when they're not the video vixens or the 304s on Instagram, because that's what you guys are going for, the 304s on Instagram. So you guys,
sorry.
Yeah, actually, that's what you guys want, and those are the women you're not getting, because that's not the reality that we live in. There are women that are above average that can make good wives, but you guys don't want those type of women. Just like you guys say that the good looking women, the 10s, say that they're not looking your way. That's the same thing you guys are doing to us. You guys are not. Here's the thing. You guys are not matching what you guys are looking for.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, you guys are chasing women that are not into you. And they don't have to tell you that. It's by their body language. And the woman that are like, she is the nerd, and she is thinking that you're attractive, you guys are ignoring her because she's not the one that you're looking for. So to me, it's like, I don't know what you guys are thinking. Like, you guys cannot get the same girl as the guy that is a 10. You know what I mean? You guys can't get those type of girls.
Right.
Well, here's a point also that I want to make is that wasn't it Kevin Samuels that came up with his fancy numbering system? I'm sure there was a numbering system before, right?
Yeah.
But they have a numbering system. They were shaming women, saying they were average at best or below, all day, every day. So,
but that's targeting older women.
Yeah.
Because
well, the thing, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that they're trying to say that they will accept average women, but then at the same time, they're shaming them for being average. Wouldn't you say that's accurate?
Yeah.
I would say they shame average women who think they think they deserve a 10. Or a guy who's a 10.
Siobhan, wait a second. Siobhan, do you not notice? I'm around proximity with mostly Caucasian people. They do not have the baddest women. Like, these people do not. They are so black people are so freaking superficial. It just drives me mad.
They are. That's why I said it's a vanity demon that has run rampant in the black community, and it's because I guess somehow maybe we figured that if we can make it look good while we're at the bottom, somehow it makes you look like you're floating to the top. I don't know what that is, but it's a spirit of vanity, because most of these men know they do not. Their wives are not these so-called 10s and runway models and all of that. Because at the end of the day, these IG baddies, they pass gas just like we all do. We're human.
Now, I understand that, but if you guys recall, that average at best video didn't go sideways until she said she would not respect a man who made less than $100,000 a year.
Because she makes far more than that, and I'm sure that she's been accustomed to being around men who make far less than that, who don't respect her and try to use her. And we know that a lot of black men, when they get with women who make more money, they have an ego problem. So
Wait. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I don't think we got to be careful of our words here. I don't think she had a problem with respecting a man. It's just She didn't want to marry a man who made $100,000. There's a big difference.
No, she used the word
You have
respect.
to earn. You have to earn. That's what she means. She means I'm not going to respect this relationship because I already know the problems that are going to come with him making 50K and I'm making 300. You know, I already know that eventually we're going to bump heads. Not to mention the fact I am accustomed because I'm making a certain amount of money. I'm accustomed to a certain lifestyle. I don't want to have to dumb myself down to try to stroke the ego of this man. So you're not even thinking, you know. The bottom line is, and let me bring up the stats from earlier. If the average young people are not leaving, and we're talking about the average every day, if the average everyday young people are not leaving the nest into their latter 20s, that means that is the new 18 is 28. That means that that no man has a right to come and impregnate my daughter. That means that my son should not be going out impregnating another man's daughter who's still living under his roof. So all of this traditional talk, if we were really traditional, that means that at one time I would have been able to sue you as a gentleman. And that means your son gonna have to bring his butt over here and marry my daughter. And now he's gonna have to get a job and make an upstanding woman out of her. You can't go around contaminating, which that's what's been going on, polluting the atmosphere and the earth with all of these abandoned children, all of these lost souls continuing to keep coming here in numbers, and then sitting here ranting and raving about the same things over and over again, when if the stats are showing and supporting this, that means that young people really have no business of this magnitude running around engaging in a lot of this anyway. We have to take a new delicate approach of how we're even teaching them how to date, because that old school courting process does not work. It is not economically feasible. It's not even emotionally or mental health wise feasible. So we have to address those foundational issues. Otherwise, we'll just keep having these circular arguments, because this isn't 1950 anymore, especially price point wise.
Okay, I want to wait a second, Scott. I want to say this and read Chief Goddess's comment. Welcome, Prison, to the panel. Chief Goddess says women make the greater sacrifice when she chooses to extend a man's DNA. It is well within her right to choose the very best man worthy of the sacrifice. And what I want to say is Black women are the only women that are shamed for wanting someone that makes more than they do, for hypergamy that every other demographic of woman practices.
Right.
But Black women are shamed for wanting the same thing.
Because they want us to feel like they feel. They know they're not up to par. Black men know they're not up to par, up to other races of men. They're not on that same level economically. So they want us to come down to their level instead of expecting what the other races of women are expecting. We're expecting you to make 100,000 or whatever, but you all don't want to make 100,000. You want us to come down to the 40 or the 30 and be happy down at the 40 and the 30.
So
Scott.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Let's welcome Prism to the stage, and right before that, let me read Camo's message, which is in reference to what Woody said. She didn't say that. She said she had only dated men who earned less, and it didn't work. She came to Kevin for advice on how to obtain men who make as much as she does. So, I didn't hear anything about her disrespecting. He just thought Kevin just took offense that she wanted somebody who was making, I guess she was making 300,000 or something, 200, whatever. And she needed somebody who made around that same amount of money. And the reason why people do this is because for some reason, men, most of us, we feel a certain way if we're not making as much as our wives, but I guess because we feel inferior or something like that. I mean, Kevin sure did. Kevin only made $900 while his wife was making $2,400, and that obviously didn't work out. So I want Woody to be able to respond, and then definitely let's let Prism speak as well.
Man, I had a couple of points. I should have wrote them down. What is a So if she thinks, okay, and I'm trying, let's go back to what Kevin was saying. A guy who makes X number of dollars can pretty much pick the woman he wants. And quite often that's based on looks. Call it superficial. It is what
And
it is.
actually, Scott, that's not true.
And that's not even true. Yeah.
I know Bill, Bill Gates and whatever, I know. Right. Yeah, if you're smart, you pick the woman that's best for you. You don't go pick the woman just because
I'm just
she's
saying,
beautiful.
just because you have
saying.
money in your pocket, that doesn't mean, and these guys are getting this wrong. They think because they're making a certain amount of money that they should be able to get any woman off the street. And it does not work that way. If a woman is not attracted to you, she doesn't like, they think that every woman is money minded. And so I can get any woman off the street. Even though she's not attracted to me because I make $100,000 or I make $200,000, and it's just not true.
Thank you.
Okay, and I can accept that, but just because a woman makes a certain amount doesn't mean a man who makes that amount is going to go for her.
Understood.
He's going to have his own list of wants.
That's true.
And desires. So I think pointing that out, I think that's all that Kevin really was trying to do, is to point that out.
No. That is not what he was trying to do. And I'm not going to let you get that off. That man meant to demean her. He meant to abuse her, and he meant to dismiss her because she wasn't disrespectful at all. She was just asking for someone in her income bracket. And who is he to tell her that she couldn't get that? Because there's not just one man in her income bracket. There are plenty of men in her income bracket. He doesn't speak for all men. And this is the problem that the Manosphere and the Redpill have, is that they think they speak for all men and they don't.
Right.
Okay, let's let Prism speak.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, how are you?
Hi, Prism.
Hi, Prism.
Thanks, Torch, and everybody for having me up. So I want to I'm going to hit 3 points here. Number one, I'm going to hit because Jessica is one of my friends. Okay. And brother, I know you don't get it, and you probably never will. But that young lady was one of the most respectful people that ever went on that man's show. And I hate to even call him a man because it's going to make me angry. Okay. He demeaned that young woman. And his whole goal was to demean Jessica. Let me pivot here for a second. Gemini, I really DJ Torch, I really enjoy the women and the brothers like Andre and all the guys who have been on Peso's channel. I really enjoy listening to you all talk. And it's for a couple different reasons. But one of the things I want you all to sit back and think about for a second. The Manosphere's whole objective is to be spin doctors. You know what that is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What it has nothing to do with their ability. It's not about your money. It's not about your weaves. It's not about your nails. It's not about education. It's not about anything, but any of those things. It is to create an ecosystem for the larger population of the world, mainly in America, because Black women become the face of the Black community. The reason why they're doing what they're doing is to destroy your image. Those little points that they make about your education and all those things, those are just the things that they're using to create the image in the world, because now they've started this stuff. They've started to go overseas and they're doing this with other women.
And I'm going to interrupt you for a second. And that's why I keep saying that we Black women need to separate our image.
Mm-hmm. So because of that, these guys have been able to successfully go over to these other countries, invade those women in those spaces, indoctrinate them with the hate for Black women. And you saw that those Filipino women and all of these women coming out talking about the smell of our vaginas, our hair, and we're unsubmissive. We got that white girl. All of these things are quite sinister, in fact. It's very sinister. They believe that they're trying to change the image of Black women in America. You hear Dennis Sperling, and maybe I shouldn't say his name, that keeps going talking about that he's prosecuting your image in the public. Every night he said that's what he's doing. So so let me say this. I didn't come into this space until Kevin Samuels passed away, and I came into that space because I heard about Jessica. So when I began to hear everything that was going on, it only gave me one response. That Kevin Samuels started a dialogue that needs to be destroyed. Whenever I come into a situation in my professional capacity, the first thing I do is look for the root cause. I had this conversation with Amiri earlier. I've said on the panel many times of different people, I said, the problem is that we keep resuscitating stuff that needs to die. We keep on giving life to things that need to be buried. We need to say the prayer over the mindset, this cultural dynamic of Black community, and we need to put it in the grave because it's beginning to stink. And it's not beginning just to stink to us, it's beginning to stink to the whole world now.
Yes.
So when are we going to get to the point that we recognize, I want you to hear the ecosystem that they've created. Do you know what we're sitting here talking about? We're talking about everything that they're talking about. They're leading our conversations now. They're leading our mindsets. They're making us feel like we should not be able to have a man that be hypergamous when women have always married up. I'm not ashamed to say, guess what? I'm going to have a man that makes more money than me. Do you think I'm kidding? Do you really believe? Like, I was sitting in a conversation. I'm getting ready to travel abroad a little while for business. I was having a conversation with about 6 Korean men. And we were having the conversation about body count. And I said, so what do you think about body count? And there's something that they call ada. And he said, I don't want to be discriminatory to women who are virgins, but women who are experienced are the ones who are the most open and flexible about receiving certain types of love and attention. Virgins are a little more frigid. So I don't know what Black American men are thinking about virginity, but Eastern men don't think that way. They don't. This image that they're trying to create about how Black women look and their hair and all these other things, they're trying to invade those spaces of men who are not accepting of them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't believe in, like, they keep on talking about, well, the white woman submits to the white man. Are you talking about these white girls that went with their pink vaginas on their hats en masse in Washington, D.C., that were in the 60s, they were burning their bras, cutting their hair off? Are we talking about the women of the 1820s who were, proud to be women who have never had a man? The ecosystem right now is that women do not want to be married and they don't want to have children. They don't. There's no benefit to them.
Around the world.
It's everywhere. Korean women are not getting married. They're not. People are not interested in the way they used to be. So my last thought is that thought about Anton Daniels. You know, Anton Daniels has created cultural treason. I don't know. Let me say this. Do I believe all white people are the same? No, I grew up around a whole bunch of white people. That was just the way it went. But this man has went on Dr. Phil. He's spun the narrative there. Now he's online defending Miss Pearlie about slavery and reparations. He wants to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's another video that went through when I gave it to Pesos Man about a Black man saying that he wanted to unalive all Black women, they have been spinning the narrative that your lives mean nothing. You're not worth anything. You need to be eliminated. They keep on spinning the narrative until they are going to tick off some incel to do it. Do y'all, let me ask you a question. Do y'all think that FBI report that came out the other day was just by chance?
Oh, no, absolutely not. Of
Okay,
course.
do you know why it came out?
No.
It's because professionals like me have invaded this space and are helping those people to stop, to prevent. The FBI's job is to prevent casualties of extremism.
I get it now.
It is their job.
You know, one thing that that really angered me, and it kept me offline for at least a day or two, was this Pearly thing, because I didn't think people understood the broader implications of what she did. This woman is going into a whole other country to devalue Black women in America.
Right.
So you're selling the message. This message is being sold to other parts of the world, which makes it dangerous for Black women in other parts of the world.
Very true.
And it's
I agree.
because of
they don't have the same laws in England about discrimination and Black, you know, they just don't have the same discriminatory laws based on age, gender, and sex and race and all those things like that in England. They don't. They don't. So she was able to go there and do that for a reason.
Well, yeah, but she was still accepted on this side, and that's where, you know, we're at fault on this side for even allowing that, because where is the sacredness? Where's the boundaries? Which, as you can see, they don't have any. And, you know, even in terms of what Anton Daniels, what these guys are saying, all this yelling, and I mean, saying that the Black woman is the worst enemy than to the Black man than any, I mean, come on. We already know that that isn't true, but the problem is that most of these guys are just going to listen and run with these talking points, and the lack of education, the lack of looking up and doing the research for yourself is what's furthering these demons to come out, because they're not going to do it. They're just going to take what these guys say and run with it. And these guys are scrambling right now. The homelessness is going up. Women aren't being with them across the board. They're scared, and especially Black women.
But
you know, this ain't good.
The threat assessment, when the FBI released that, that was the unclassified document. The classified document is much more detailed. And there are things that they can say and things that they can't say. But let me say this, because I need people to understand, anytime that something like that video came out, there's a threat assessment that goes into how is this going to affect the larger population? How has it been affecting it that we haven't been aware of? So we have to start developing core-based reporting. Like, where did the roots start? The roots started with the Ibmores. There's no doubt about it, because Kevin Samuels and all of those men have been eating off Ibmores and men going their own way for years.
Yes.
And so because of that, because of the threat assessment with these men. Now, Dennis Sperling tried to spin it like the FBI is saying that because y'all need to pay y'all money on PayPal and Cash App, y'all not paying y'all taxes, but that's not what's going on. That threat assessment for that classified report is because they're finding out that there is impending danger around the larger population because of the rhetoric. None of us are safe.
I have a question. You appear to be an expert or have some knowledge that the general public may not have. What is wrong with a man deciding to go his own way? If a man stands up and says, I'm just going to do my own thing, go on my own way, I'm not going to play along with society the way society expects me to play along.
So when you say, so let me say this because I'm going to analyze what you said. I need you to think about this for a second. What is society telling you need to go along with?
I don't know. Get a job, get married, have kids, raise a family.
Is that not the same thing that is that not the same thing that the Manosphere is saying that Black women are avoiding, and that is our biggest issue with Black culture, is that we're not settling down, getting married, and having families. So, what do you mean, society?
I'm not following you.
Well, you asked the
right.
question.
I said
So
society.
I have to ask you. I need to ask you the question because the question is not really for me. The question is really about you. So I need to understand from your perspective. What do you mean that society has some sort of thing that you need to kind of acquiesce to in order to not play along with the way that they want you to do it? What are they asking you to play about? What game are they playing?
What game is this? Well, society wants more taxpayers, obviously. They want people working within the system to keep the system going.
Okay, how are they doing that?
Getting married, having kids, raising a family.
Okay, so I find that people that people that are married and have children pay less taxes. So what are you talking about?
Let me think about that. Perhaps that question is kind of off. Let me think about that.
Okay. Because I need to understand, because, if you sit back and think about what you're asking me, and I generally, when people give me an ideology, I have to question why that mindset is in your thought process.
Well, then it goes back to what's wrong with a man saying, I'm going my own way? Why is he all of a sudden a threat to society?
Okay, but why are you, what are you going, what do you mean going your own way? Haven't men and women in America have always had the opportunity to go their own way since the Emancipation Proclamation?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Then what do you mean? Then why would you need to tell people that you need to go your own way? It's an ideology.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then why do you need to express that ideology?
I don't know. Congregate with a bunch of guys who agree. Yeah.
Okay,
we're going to go our own way.
So then you have to recognize that if you have to create a system of men who come together with the same ideology, and they are creating another system that they gave birth to called the Ibmores, then why would they need to tell people that if there's nothing or there's no reason behind it? If you're just going your own way, men go their own way every day. They get up every day, they get on a plane, they go and travel. They never come back to America. You never know who they are and why they went. So I need to understand why they would need to tell the greater public of men that they went their own way.
My first guess would be to show that other men that they're not alone.
Okay.
Some guys could grow up feeling a certain way, thinking they're alone. So I'm just throwing out arguments here.
Well, it's really not an argument.
Or reasons.
It's really not even a reason. Because what you're telling me is that you're trying to tell me that men have to have a reason to do what they're doing when men have always done what they wanted to do in a patriarch. So make it make sense to me, please. See, this is why every time I'm on Amiri's channel, that's why the Ibmores, the men going their own way, and the incels try to come after me. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I'm not going to give you any energy for your argument.
This is not me coming at you. This is me simply.
But you're the one talking.
Yeah. You seem to have some type of knowledge. I want to know, why would the government see those guys as a threat?
So let me ask you a question. So how come we have a divestment community here in YouTube? How many mass shootings have those women committed? How many white men have went into the Black community and have taken the lives of white men, of Black men?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you something. If indeed the Black community is a matriarch, then we would be able to assemble Black women as a militia and take you out, because there's more of us than there are of you. I need you to think about that for a moment.
And while you're thinking about that, you asked the question, why would the government see them as a threat, as if you did not hear what Anton Daniels said earlier about Black women being worse than white supremacists, and how much of an enemy the Black woman is, and that they need to be taken out, and F the women and F the children. And I'm sure by now you're familiar with the guy who was essentially saying the same thing Anton Daniels said, and called for violence against Black women.
That man is a root cause of the Ib Wars. He's one of the main men of that philosophy, where Anton Daniels is biting off of it, if you want to see it that way.
So Scott, you asked that question. Why would the government see them as a threat? So you don't see them as a threat. You don't see that language as a threat?
No more of a threat than you hear on some of these divestment channels.
Okay, so what threat are the divestors putting out? Have they called for the deletion of Black men?
Yes.
When?
There's one, some lady said cops are killing every Black man she gave a time frame, and she said, well, let's see if we can get that down to, every 15 minutes or something like that.
Okay, so, but is it happening? Let me say this. Are you insinuating that by and large, that every police officer in America, and I'm talking Black ones, white ones, Hispanic, Asian, are on a mission to go into Black communities to take out Black men, when other races of men are dying more under the hands of officers, and I know they are, than African American men? And I know they are.
No. Why would you think that?
Okay, so you're trying to say, and I'm not saying one is any different than the other, but it seems like you guys want to compare a divestment movement that's probably been happening, I think, for the last maybe 6 or 7, 4 years, 5 years, to a ecosystem of Black men and white men who have been trying to change the system, and Black men have now taken up the charge to call for the absolute deletion of Black women, and using religious terroristic ideology to say, by the Bible, to say that they want to take out all the older women who have been touched and keep their little girls for their wives. So are you really leveling the divestment movement to the Ibmore theology? Because that's what it is. It's not just an ideology, it's a theology now, of men taking women's lives, when we know there has not been an uptick in the taking of lives of Black men by police officers. Those women celebrating the death of men by police officers have nothing to do with Black men calling for the larger public, the larger population of any race of men to kill Black women, unalive Black women, and whoever else is in their way. Are you telling me those things are equal? Because I saw Marvel said that men going their own way and divestments are the same thing. No, they're not. Because if they were, they'd be on the FBI classified document. You guys act like people are not looking. You men act like people are not looking at all sides of the coin. We don't see an uptick in Black women unaliving Black men.
Also, I'd like to state one thing is that, Scott, can you clarify what you mean about Black men going their own way? Because it seems like to me, if they were going their own way and they weren't saying anything, nobody would know they were going their own way. So nobody would know. And you see where I'm going with this. But it seems like to me, like, for example, somebody like Austin Holloman, he's kind of going his own way, but he's letting you know he's doing that, and he's telling you why he's doing that, even though a lot of his rhetoric isn't really accurate, if you know what I mean.
Well, my understanding of the men going their own way is men saying we are done with relationships.
Okay, so
committed relationships.
But
so it seems harmless to me. That's why I'm shocked that there's.
Well, if that's all they said, it might be harmless, but that's not what they're saying. What they're doing, they're saying they're going their own way first, and then they're getting on a big milk crate, and they're saying stuff like what Anton Daniels says.
But Anton Daniels is
problem.
Not. Anton Daniels is not a man going his own way. I don't know what he is. But okay. but the caller you brought up Ibmore. Can you point me to where you are getting your information about Ibmore?
Why would I do that? I'm a professional. I said I came up here on under my professional capacity. I'm not going to give you any more than what you need to know. That's just part for the course.
You're saying it. I want to know if that's true. I want to know.
That tape that I passed over to Pesos is an Ibmore.
Okay, I guess I'll have to.
That man has about, I would say, calculating probably about 1,000 videos out on the World Wide Web.
Can you put his name in the back chat or something?
Sir, the video was played on Peso's channel and it was played on this channel, and I would advise you to go to either of the two and view it for yourself.
Okay. Today.
Wait, let me make it clear. Let me make something clear. You're better to see it on Peso's channel. Reason why is because I had to cut it off. I cut it off after about 2 minutes. I couldn't stand it. It was too disgusting for me. Yes, I couldn't handle it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I want to hear for myself. What is this? What? Because I thought it was simply one thing, and you're telling me it's something else.
It's
so.
All I can say is don't.
Wait a minute. What do you mean simply something else? Like, what did you believe it was that we're talking about here?
My understanding of Ibmore, what is it? Introspective Black Men of Reform. And that's just men changing the way they operate with women. I never heard anything violent or harmful.
Okay, Scott, you remember back, in the days, I think because we're around the same age when they were talking about when they were going over what, the ruler of the Nazi party back then, Hitler was saying and stuff.
Yeah.
I would literally say this guy's just as bad. You have to listen to the tape. I could not get past 2 minutes of it.
Well, DJ Torch, a lot of the red pill philosophy came from out of that Nazi type of thinking about the extermination of the weaker. the weaker sexes, the weaker races, and they've kind of taken bits and pieces of all of these men's thinking points, and that's where it kind of collectively moved into the manosphere. You can hear in Kevin Samuels, Obsidian, and all of these different men, those ideologies in bits and pieces, and they're all sitting here. And I told someone today, I perceive, and I'm not going to go too far, and I'm going to drop down after this because I don't want to move it too far into where I need to go. I perceive there's going to be another movement that's going to come outside of this. And it's going to be worse than the manosphere. And if you can't think that. If you don't think there's anything worse than what Kevin Samuels did, but for men like Dennis Sperling to be calling for a culling of Black women, that's the same ideology that man, that Garot, cut the throat. And I have to be absolutely clear on what we're talking about here. The weaker animals taken out to the fields, head back, pull back the neck, and garrot them. I need you to understand. I need you to understand that these men in some of these videos are praising serial killers, that they knew what to do with women who would not acquiesce to what they needed. I need you to understand what's going on in our culture that's being breathed over the lives of Black men and women unbeknownst to them. I need you to understand how serious this is for your lives.
Exactly. And what I was going to say is, let's be clear, your family isn't exempt, Scott. Even though you're married, that doesn't exempt them, because these people aren't specifically looking for targets. They will target anyone.
So, DJ Torch, I don't want to, I think I've said enough. I appreciate it, but I just want everybody to understand that their goal is to disseminate you as Black women. And by and large, like, I've noticed this a whole lot, like men like Pesos, I've been watching everything. Amiri, DJ Torch, and I think there's a few other men. I've been watching these guys separate, like Kevin Samuels, and I hate to say, I hate to give him any credit, but what they have been successful at is creating a separation of class within the class of race.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good Black men, bad Black men.
Mm-hmm.
Bad Black women, good Black women.
But do you think that there is a group that they've determined is good Black women?
For them, it has, but the problem is that when someone loads an AK-47,
right,
that bad boy is not looking for a good one or a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And we talked about that as well, how they defer responsibility onto this stereotypical Pookie and Ray Ray, when we all know that it's merely a mindset, that Pookie and Ray Ray could be in any socioeconomic status and any educational level.
But because we know where most of those Pookie and Ray Ray type of Black men, and I'm going to say this, a lot of them are probably teenagers and maybe a little older. But what they're saying, if you look at the men that they're calling out, like DJ, what's the young guy that had all these children? They want to call out all of those type of rapper guys, but they don't want to say any, mind you, they're not saying anything about Nick Cannon.
And 5 saved messages.
So they are giving information.
I was just calling to confirm.
Go ahead, Prism. Sorry.
They're giving communication that not that one, but that one. Get that Black girl, that one that has that funny colored hair, them long nails, and overweight. That wide back one, the one that looks like a linebacker. They're telling you, they're giving that incel information to those ones that are being radicalized. I'm telling you, it's only but a matter of time. That threat assessment that came out, it was serious. That was unclassified. Can you imagine the classified documentation?
Right.
Can you imagine what's going on? And let me say this. The things that some of these men have said, and nobody wants to believe it, but the FBI can't release anything if it didn't hit that White House.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is going up the chain. These men's names, and this is why Dennis Sperling plays my voice every time on his panel, because he knows I'm not playing. He knows I'm not the joke. They've been looking for what they said that every woman wants the Chad, the alpha man. And then they were hungry for the alpha woman to come into this place and destroy them. And I have every intention, Kevin Samuels, this is my thing. I have two different statements I make. My first statement is that no one hears Black women until they're bleeding. We are literally bleeding all over the place. Little girls being thrown in lakes.
Infants, babies.
Yes.
Yep.
Since 2020, we have 40% of our girls under the age of 18 are now missing.
Wow.
40%. I need you to go look at the statistics. 140, almost 140,000 girls are missing.
Wow. And to add on to that, it's mostly Black men that are selling these girls into sex trafficking and kidnapping. So
doing what they've always done. Exactly.
Yeah. So when you say Black girls are not protected, that's it right there. Because 40%.
Yep.
Like Black men are really not protecting their families. And then you guys want to come off when we ask for help. You guys want to say, "Oh, you guys are independent. You guys didn't want our help." That's not the point. Your nieces and nephews are being kidnapped. Somebody in your family is being kidnapped and you're not doing a thing about it. So this is why we don't trust you guys in the community, because of things happening like this. There is no protection in our community. None at all.
So when are we going to stop having the conversation about needing protection? When I need you to hear my heart about this. 2020, Kevin Samuels started his reign of hatred by using a beautiful Black woman who was accomplished, and he has no idea where she came from or what she had to go through. And she was raised by a father and a mother who loved her. He used that young woman to come up off her pain so that he could profit off of it. When are we going to stop? And I'm not saying all Black men are not there. There are Black men that are protecting their households. But why are we having a conversation based on what they are saying about that white men protect their women? This man protects their women. How would they know that? Do you know how many little white girls have been missing out of homes? Where's their protection? Are we really that blind to think that everything is just, are we only looking at this from the Black lens? There are little Asian girls missing too, y'all. We can't live our lives. And I understand that we want to take care of ourselves. And by and large, that comment that Scott Adams made about he's leaving the Black community alone, and everybody was a little incensed about it, but they're not incensed about Miss Pearly things.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to kind of gather yourself together as a woman and stop looking for protection other than the people, the men and women who have badges and guns to do it.
Exactly.
You need
Exactly.
to arm yourselves. You need to get your CCWs. If you don't have your CCWs, they have shock sticks. They have cases that will go around your cell phone that if you activate it and somebody is attacking you, you can hit them in the center of their chest, their head, or wherever to shock them. You have shock rings that you can wear. You need to protect yourself. The same way Black men, if they get in trouble, they're going to hit 911.
This is why it was so detrimental during the protests and everything, and it set us back more than anything, and it didn't do what they thought it was going to do. As a matter of fact, any police department that was defunded not only got their payback, but many of them got raises. And I don't understand how a demographic of women who are in the worst position in the United States can call for the destabilization of the police force when that's all you really have between you and danger.
Well, I mean, it's purposeful. Like, I mean, let me say this. I think Torch is going to play a video that I thought was really interesting that happened the other night. And I'm telling you, there are people, I call myself a divergent thinker. I'm not quite divestment, but I have divested from a bunch of crap. Okay. I don't hate Black men because I'm always on a Mary show. But I refuse to allow myself to be a victim to people who want to make me a victim based on my skin color. I'm not going to allow that. And I'm not going to allow other Black women to become victims of men who talk too much, who have absolutely no filters over the harm that they're bringing to women who have nothing to do with this space. I can't tell you the number of my friends who don't know anything about this space, and they're not even invested in it. And when I played them that tape, I have it. I have it saved on my phone for a reason.
I've done the same. I've shared it with people who have no idea what's going on, including Black men that have no idea what's going on.
And those people are innocent. We're talking about Black grandmothers who don't live in those communities.
Mm-hmm.
They don't live in those smaller urban areas. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, you guys are putting people in danger. You're putting little kids in danger of some incel who's just about had enough because I haven't had sex in about 3 months now. And nobody wants me. And I don't want no Black woman because she don't want me no more. They don't want to be bothered with you. Like, you don't have the right to think that you should have access to women who are in there. Like, I'm not in my 50s, but I know women who are in their 50s who have daughters who are like 18 and 17. Like, how dare you think that you should have access? I have that same man who called for the lives of those young women. I have a video that I'm going to send to Pesos, and I'm not sure if I haven't sent it to him, where he said Black men cannot molest little girls, but Black women can molest boys. That from the point that girls are 11 years old, they should be blanked and impregnated.
Yeah, because if you look at the certificates, it's more of the men in the family that are molesting the children, whether it's boys or girls, than the women. Is at a higher rate.
They like to run with the narrative that it doesn't happen in the Black community because of the FBI stats. But what they fail to acknowledge is that it's not reported. It's been underreported because of history, because of the history of the black so-called Black community, and it's just been forwarded throughout history of this idea of you don't tell, because Black men were being killed before for that very thing. They were being hung. So it went on from generation to generation of not reporting. It's happening just as much in the Black community. And thank God it's being reported more, but also it's still being silenced.
Yeah, I think that we have a problem. And I'm interested, I've been listening to these guys try to spin this information coming out about Freaknik. And one guy was like, we know Dennis Sperling's a big mouth anyway. I'm going to handle Dennis Sperling in only the way that I can. And the more he opens his mouth, the more evidence he's giving me. I've already made myself, then they need to know I am your enemy. All of these passport bros, the Manosphere, you need to know I'm your enemy. I'm the one setting the fires all around you. You call yourself the Blizzard King. I'm about to light fire to everything that you gentlemen are doing online to Black women to cause harm to the people who have nothing to do with this space.
Did you also hear the video on Spotify that this guy is?
I know I'm the one that located all the information. I know exactly where he is.
Oh, okay.
He's everywhere. He's a danger. When I tell you that those videos have went everywhere, they're everywhere now. There's not one agency that's not involved in what's going on in this space. These guys think that they're on here every night and they're speaking from their First Amendment rights. They have no idea what's going on. And I'm telling you, it's going to get really ugly. It's about to get very ugly. Because come Monday, I have a new fire that I'm getting ready to start. I never do anything without purpose. I'm a very purposeful, intentful woman.
Are you? I gotta ask you a question. Are you the same woman that went to your local Congress to pass a bill that will protect Black women?
I'm one of the advocates for that bill. I am.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I just want to make sure I'm talking to the same person.
Yep, and I think Black women. I think this whole thing about not trusting your police. There are African American women that are on the forces everywhere in America. There are Black women who are chief of police and everything all over America that you can trust. And I'm gonna be honest with you, there are some Latinas and women of Hispanic descent and Asian women who are absolutely able and capable and effective in law enforcement. That are
President, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Monica said, "Do you have a Cash App? How can we support you? Find you?"
So let me say this. I'm honestly, financially, I don't need the support, but because of who DJ Torch is, I would really love it if you guys would support Gemini and some of these other ladies on the panel, because one thing about me is this. I'm not looking for anybody to do anything for me other than I want women to understand that YouTube has a acceptable use of policy. And these men have been breaking these policies for 10 years, and you're not taking the force that you need to take with this. I can give you the keys of how you can do this. Kevin Samuel should not have 1 million subscribers.
Right. Neither should Pearl.
Pearl should not have Hope Not Hate in the United Kingdom is the same organization of women and men who destroyed Andrew Tate and he had to leave the UK. They are on to Pearl now. They are the ones who had him deplatformed. So I'm letting you know that you have the ability and the knowledge, the most educated demographic of women. You all have the ability to take your pen and paper, pick up your phone, contact your congressman, your senators, and everybody you can contact, your local police officers, your districts. Contact them. Let them know what's going on in these spaces. Send them videos. Let them hear the rhetoric for themselves. Let these police officers know what's going on so that their team of internet investigators can become aware, connect with the FBI, let them know the information that they've discovered, and let them come together and make sure that it happens. We need to destroy this space. When I say we need to destroy the space, I mean we need to create a YouTube apocalypse that one day these men wake up and they are completely banned and never be able to come back to this space again. We need to utilize our forces as Black women. We are the largest demographic in the Black race. It is our job to protect us and our girls. Because I have a working theory that a lot of these girls that have been missing since 2020, they might not be streetwalkers, but I guarantee you they are sourcing through some of these religious extremist groups that are in America and are being made slaves to those men. That mindset is not far from Africa, from Boko Haram, where those men went into that school and took those 247 little girls. We cannot continue to act like the Black community is above reproach. We need to accept who we really came from, and we need to develop a plan as responsible and respectable Black Americans to stop this, because it's going to affect us all if this continues with this stuff that's going on overseas. Because now we have little girls who are 13 and 14 years old being impregnated by these guys.
You know, let me welcome Peso to the stage. Hey, Peso man.
Hey, Pesos.
I hope he's not trolling. I was not a troll.
I don't know.
No, it's him. Are you there, Peso?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, Peso.
How you doing? I was getting some hot chocolate, so I do apologize.
Oh no. What you have to say?
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things. I got stuff on there.
Oh, you're breaking up.
You're struggling, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Is the Sky guy there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you a question. How did DJ Torch's platform?
YouTube. There's an echo. But YouTube threw his channel my way.
Through whose channel?
YouTube. His channel showed up in my suggested videos.
Okay. So, are you pro Manosphere?
I would say yes.
Okay. Have you ever?
I don't agree with everything.
That's fine. That's understandable. I don't expect you everything. Let me ask you this question. Have you ever heard of man?
Could you repeat that?
Have you ever heard of the Peso Man?
Only on this channel.
Oh, really? You've only heard of the Peso Man on this channel.
Yes.
You've never. It never was the rhythm of anything, huh?
No, it didn't show up.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to know. All right. That's all. Thank you, sir.
We want to thank Prison for coming up and dropping those. Okay, somebody has an echo.
Probably.
Can I?
I want to thank Prison for coming up. Please go on mute. Please put your mics on mute. I don't know who that is, but I wanted to thank Prison for coming up and dropping those jewels, and everybody else who broached the panel tonight. You were getting ready to say something?
Yes. She mentions the channels being taken down or them being deplatformed, but that does not solve the issue. The issue is still there. And taking them down may sort of murder them. So it's like something else has to be done other than simply deplatforming them.
Well, she mentioned a lot, and she mentioned
Yeah.
that solely in aspects of there's a lot of things that are being done behind the scenes, which I'm sure she can't disclose everything. But even taking them down is a lot because then you don't have those people exposing young people to the rhetoric.
And sooner or later, other forms of legislation are going to follow. So what essentially what's going to happen is, yes, this will create a domino effect. And it's also going to further take our right of speech away because this is called taking advantage of it when you have these extremist groups come together and spew this type of rhetoric, in particular, indoctrinating it amongst the youth, because this is hitting the school pipeline now. People are walking out, these teachers and administrators, they don't want to deal with it. With these boys coming talking about their red pill, I don't have to listen to you, you're a woman. I mean, that's a problem. There's no respect for authority. So that means that the government essentially is going to have to come in and take over.
But you have to look at the root cause. What's causing all of this?
The root cause are the males and their leadership.
Yeah, but there's what will cause a normal guy to all of a sudden become radicalized? I think it has to be looked at from that standpoint.
Okay, let me address this in the chat. Sir, we are not talking about illegal immigrants. We're here to talk about the subject of Black men and what's going on amongst the Black demographic. If you want to talk about immigrants and not reporting them to ICE, there's places that you can go that you can do that. It is not about giving any illegal pass. We have enough to worry about amongst the Black demographic than to be worried about immigrants. So when you stop killing one another every 2 hours, then we can talk. Maybe perhaps we can talk about immigrants. We're not talking about immigrants here.
Yeah, the basic problem, Scott, is that these men are basically telling men lies, and that's that they're entitled to women. And that is the biggest myth. All men are not entitled to women. There are men who do not need to ever be in the presence of a woman. So, telling them things like go make this amount of money, and then in the meantime, you're also pumping them up, you're making them feel angry, you're pointing out a supposed enemy, which is women, which transports to the children, because we have these death rates rising amongst women and children. So you can't say that this isn't an issue. And then they turn around and come back and gaslight saying that this is entertainment. There is nothing entertaining about what's going on with this entire situation. There's nothing entertaining about
Definitely
hearing
not
that
entertainment.
rhetoric. Yeah,
It's
there's
definitely
nothing
not entertainment when you call for the deletion of Black women and saying F the
Right.
children.
Exactly. That video of that guy, that's there's no entertainment associated with that guy sitting here promoting other men to take action against women, and for what? Being the enemy for what? So it just goes to show you it's dangerous. And yes, just like Jim and I said earlier, if you don't think that it trickles down in general, when your family, the women in your family have to still walk amongst these streets, they still have to go to the grocery stores. And the last thing you need is one of these guys coming out here and then harming them. So yes, this is a problem. But meanwhile, men are sitting around talking about, oh, well, this is entertainment. They're not really serious. Well, I just only got to protect my family and look out for them. Well, looking out for your family means also in turn looking out for your community, which spreads out to the world. So you guys are already showing you don't have leadership if you're not even going to look out for your own immediate community, which starts first in your home. You should be concerned about that kind of rhetoric being spewed when you have daughters, nieces, young people in your family walking around. You should be very concerned. And I find it appalling to hear grown people sit back and be so lax as if they aren't concerned when you're getting along in years. And the last thing you want to do is be out here dealing like that with this type of extremity as you're getting on in years. You should definitely be concerned.
And I like that they figured that they're going to be somehow exempt from whatever is flying around, if rounds are flying around, because their proximity to those rounds flying around at the women that they're with is going to likely hit them as well.
I mean, you got that guy in Detroit who was just caught up for, SAing a 67-year-old woman than an 80-year-old woman. And here he is amongst a neighborhood full of women. So that goes to show you all this protection. There is no protection. And he knew that. That's why he knew he could have his pick of the litter of what woman he was going to come into her house and violate. Because where are the protection of the men? There is no protection. So these are outdated talking points. And that's why I said it doesn't match up with the current stats that suggests that young people are not moving the way that they once did. So going back to those old values is not going to operate in the current conditions that we're in. It just doesn't match up. So it's making these conversations pointless. And it's also spewing lies to the youth because they themselves don't know any better because they haven't even had any life experience. And you're setting them up essentially for failure.
Right. Donna,
So
go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, okay. On the subject of that protection, again, if a black man has never felt embraced by his community, why would he care? That's that.
You know what,
I'm not,
sir?
I'm
You
just
know what,
saying-
Scott? Quite
Go
frankly,
ahead.
right
Go
now,
ahead.
I could give a crap less about how black men feel when women and children are in danger. Black men need to police themselves up, grab their balls, and man up. If you're not protected, it's your own fault. If black men don't feel wanted, they don't feel cared for, it's their own fault. If they don't put themselves in a position to be wanted, if they don't put themselves in a position to do what it takes to be the man that women want, it's their own fault. No woman owes any man anything just because they're breathing and because they have a set of balls in a bag.
What about common
And
courtesy?
who gave hold on, who gave license? Where in history has a man been embraced other than maybe some type of celebratory honor? That's when you celebrate the man. But a doctor, he'll have to perform several surgeries before he gets that one honorary, shindig, and it's normally his retirement. So all of this praise and worship service that men are looking for, that's weak. You should already be strong. The strength should come in knowing that your community is protected and that everyone is essentially glowing in happiness because they know the community is protected because you are making sure that that is such.
It's time out. Like black women, again, black women, black men will not thank you for coddling them. They will not thank you for building them up. They will not thank you for being there when they're nothing. Just remember that. They will cast you away and go to who they deem they wanted in the first place. So protect yourselves, women, because these men's protection is transactional. So if you're not willing to sleep with them, do whatever it takes to protect yourself. Arm up with whatever your state allows you to do. Arm up.
That's what my daughter carries.
So we're getting ready to draw this to a close. I'm not letting anybody else up. I know the link was dry, but we're not letting anybody else up. We're wrapping this up. Go ahead, Scott, and give your last thoughts.
No, I was saying that's why my daughter carries. I made sure she has the ability to protect herself. I think everyone should, but it's like, okay, I'm trying to find, I guess, a ray of hope that somehow the men and women who are about something can come together and, start small and grow something big. But it just seems like the gulf is too wide. And I know you said that's defeatist, but I can't see a way out of this. I mean, if you have millions, I mean, what are you going to do with these guys?
What are you going to do with these guys?
Shit, that's why I carry too.
I see.
And you don't see that that's a problem that you and your daughter, the whole family has to carry, but you also are simultaneously acting like that we need to get into a grand affair and a romance with each other and then all will be healed. Like there's a problem going on that is existing. And this isn't the violence that is associated with this is directly associated with mental health disorders. So, I'm pretty much sick of the argument of even talking about relationships in general, because I don't think that Black people need to be worrying about relationships right now. That is the least That is the least of our concern, because you're essentially saying that, oh, in order for us to so-called get this protection, we're supposed to go run to some man, and then I'm marrying some man who doesn't even care about anybody past us, when I know that I myself have been in too many different situations, especially as a woman, where I've had to be right there on hand. It's things that I don't even want to get into because that's my personal life. But the way I hear this defeatist mindset, I already know that I couldn't get with a lot of these men, because I'm not the kind of person that can see something going down and just sit back. I've been in too many different type of scenarios, and I'm only blessed to sit here and be able to say it. But I've had to do some very on-call stuff, and I have no problem with it, because when I know I see something and I have to step in, I just gotta battle it out. And that's what you do. You gotta have heart. And I don't see no heart in you men, but you're talking about leadership. How can I sit back and just watch something go down and watch a man say, that ain't none of my business, I can't do nothing about it, and watch the whole world crumble, and you're sitting there doing completely nothing about it? But then we supposed to be trying to hook up and have children and create a new generation of men who think like this? Oh my goodness.
Hello everybody.
Hi.
No. I ain't got no last words. I just hopped in. I mean, I didn't know it's gonna close it down so fast, but it's been almost 4 hours, so I understand, so.
Okay.
Oh, no problem. Let's go ahead and let Afro speak shortly if it's
He can go ahead and speak now.
Lou.
You're
Yeah,
on
we can
mute.
hear you.
You're on mute, Afro Diaspora.
Okay, that works for me.
Oh dang, man.
So did he drop off?
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay, maybe he's back.
Go ahead, African Diaspora.
Unmute yourself, man.
You have to unmute your mic.
Are you there?
The mic is unmuted. You can speak.
You must be having technical difficulties.
Okay. Siobhan, do you want to give what Diamond Princess? Are you still there? Yeah, Diamond Princess, give your last words, please.
I just want to say thank you for having me up. I'm still dealing with food poisoning right now.
Uh-oh.
Sorry about that, y'all, but I like to thank you guys for having me up. Thank you.
Diamond, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Siobhan, did you want to say anything else before we close?
No. I'm maxed out. I'm maxed out. I'm disappointed. It's just like I just really see how weak and defeated, like I said, that a lot of these men are, and there just needs to be a reset. There has to be, and I'm not talking about anything, dark sided, although things will have to get dark in order for light to take place, but I don't want to cast any personal spells. It's just.
And since Matt asked this,
sir, if you could wait for her to complete her thought, yeah, you can ask after
No,
that.
he can go ahead and ask. Go ahead, because he already said something.
Thank you. She's been speaking for hours, sis, but I
Oh,
appreciate
sir,
you giving
no.
me the floor.
Oh, wait a minute now. No, I haven't.
Wait a minute.
I'm being respectful.
No,
and
you're
I come
not.
in peace.
No, you're
All
not.
All right, family. You want to argue? I came in peace.
Well, no, you're the one that came up here and then you said she was talking for hours. When you're given an opportunity to speak, you can speak. We don't do the interruption game over here. You're free to speak and express yourself, but we're going to be respectful.
Miss, you're the only one that's not respectful. Let's keep it respectful.
So who's not being respectful?
I said let's move forward, Miss. Are you able to do that?
Who's not being respectful?
Well, number one, you're not being respectful right now by allowing us to move forward. So my question is, with all due respect, because you are right.
Bye. You don't talk to Gemini like that. Sorry.
That's crazy, man. I mean,
Any of my guests like that, actually. And that includes Scott too. I don't take that. No. Nope. This isn't look, just ignore him. This isn't a burner spot, okay? It's not that kind of spot anymore. Okay, so anyway, where were we? I'm sorry, JP, go ahead.
No, okay. I was gonna say, man, that's crazy. I mean, you're gonna go into somebody else's space and then demand that, they do with their space what you want them to do. And it's like, nah, bro, I don't think it works that way. But that's all I gotta say.
But
Siobhan, you can go ahead and
it's
finish.
okay. I love how they come in and prove the point instantaneously. They always come and prove the point, and for that means that the work, the proof is in the pudding, and the universe is speaking for itself. Because the way he came in acting like that, once again, they are not gentlemen. There needs to be a restructuring going on, and it has nothing to do with Black women. And for the people who are offended, if you have a Black son and he's a young man, that's a separate entity. For me in particular, I more so lean more to the elders who are spewing this rhetoric, because by default, the younger people are going to get caught up in the wave and the currents of it. So when we talk about the degeneracy, we're just only talking about what is existing. I am not making it up. The stats are there. These are 13 to 17-year-old youngsters running around committing a lot of these crimes, including the fact they're in these schools quoting these talking points. So who's inspiring this? The elders. So yes, we have to speak up on the Kevins. We got to speak up on the Dennis Sperlings. We have to speak up on these elders because they are held to a higher standard. And that's why they are the ones that are going to have to crumble. We have got to burn the house down with this foolishness, because it is not helping us. We are all aging and getting older ourselves. I do not want to be 80 years old carrying around automatic weapons. So yes, I am concerned about the future, which is the youth. I am not going to turn my back and not be concerned about 40% of Black girls that are missing. I'm concerned about all of these girls that are coming up missing worldwide. So it's like when we sit back, when I hear men speak like this, I already know that you are not even on the avenue. You're not in the vicinity of leadership. So you can't even talk about being a leader, being a protector, or providing anything, because we are all responsible for supplying resources and being able to create a livelihood here. And once I've realized as a woman that I'm more of a leader than you, then no, you cannot lead me. And it is beyond finances. It's just by having the heart to step forward and take a chance when you see that something ain't right.
Right. They don't get that. It's like, I mean, I don't mean to cut you off, Siobhan. I'm sorry.
No,
but
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say, it's like, I mean, I've been wanting to say this for a minute. It's like they talk about this protection thing. I think I said it before, but they don't realize how bad they make themselves look talking about it that way. I mean, I could see if they was talking about protection from like wild animals, protection from like a lion or a badger, or like one of these asshole animal species, but they don't realize that us as people, I mean, we're held to a higher moral standard than the animals. That's just the way it is in this world, and they don't want to accept that reality.
They don't even have those skills. If we hit ground zero right now, let me just say this and close out in terms of this protection thing. If we were to go ground zero right now, most of these guys wouldn't even know how to attack anything. Once again, you were not raised like that. They wouldn't know the first thing to do if a coyote, a bear, a fox, or anything were to approach them. Because when things go back to ground zero, trust and believe, humans won't even be your only problem. You would then have to deal with the laws of nature, which would follow once the lights go out and everything gets quiet, and the animals in the jungle realize that human behavior ain't taking place no more. So it's just like when I hear these things about protection actually comes from the men and being able to come together and have philosophies and ideologies that in order to keep the men in line so that the community is safe. They're sitting around waiting for something apocalyptic to happen. No, prevention is cure. So the idea should be that the men should come together and already have the neighborhood and protection so that there is no threat. Sitting around letting everyone run rampant and then all of a sudden pulling out a pistol, well, guess what? You're saying that it's okay to take lives. No, we're supposed to be securing. We're supposed to be making sure everything is comfortable, not waiting for everything to fall apart and then start eliminating people and causing chaos. That makes no sense. That is not how a functioning community thrives.
But both genders have to protect the children, though. We have to acknowledge that.
How are the women protecting the children if the men are running amok and harming the women and the children, sir?
Yeah, never respond to that. And I'm glad you asked that. You're right. They are degenerate fathers, unfit fathers. But just as the women that abort the babies, that's the opposite of protecting our children.
An aborted baby is not here. An aborted child is not here.
So that's the opposite of protecting a child.
But that an aborted child is not even here. What about the children who are here?
It's not here because they got
children
killed.
Who are here?
Yeah, never respond to that. The baby's not here because it got killed, miss. Are you missing that part?
No,
you're
we're
missing
not
the
talking
fact
about
that
abortion. We're not talking about abortion. We're talking about children that are already existing. I'm talking about the 40% of children that are missing, those 40% of girls that the lady was up here saying earlier. Those are 40% of girls who are already walking and existing. Those are not 40% of aborted children, sir. We're talking about the children who are already here, who have names, who have identities. This is not the topic for that. We're talking about women and children who are already existing here.
Yes,
sir. If you're not going to move beyond that point, you're not staying on subject. We're not talking about children. We're not talking about children that don't exist, sir. We're talking about children that they don't exist. So they're not part of what we're talking about protection. Sir, no. I tried to give you a chance, but we're not derailing this conversation.
Yeah, and you don't get to you don't get to even insinuate yourself in the reproductive organs of a woman anyway. That is a separate entity, and you're not even invited to that conversation. And I don't even know how men think that they are anyway. Unless you're a medical professional, because that spreads. That's so many different levels to that anyway. And let's not get on the fact that a lot of these children aren't being born because they can't even be afforded anyway. What do you mean? That's been going on. Women have even had to self-do that because of the situations that they were in and the circumstances that they were in. We're talking about children being taken out now, being thrown in alligators' mouths and all of that. And you over here talking about a child that doesn't even exist. You're talking about a hypothetical. That child isn't even here. What about the 40% of girls that are missing right now?
The baby's
sir,
not here.
Is that all you have to say?
That's not a part of this conversation. We're talking about 40%. Yeah, I'm talking about the 40% of the girls that are missing right now.
Wait a minute.
We're talking about all the kids that we're not protecting. Clearly not. We're having a dialogue.
Is that what you wanted to say? Do you want to say anything else?
Yes, clearly, miss. We're having a dialogue, miss.
Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Yes, clearly. So we have to acknowledge that we have to protect all of our children, not just the ones that are lucky enough to be born. Even the ones that are not being born, we have to stop killing them so that they can grow up and have a positive influence, just like we are having right now.
Okay, so what you're saying is this. I'm going to interrupt you right now. So what you're saying is this: if I bust a nut and I didn't bust a nut, I didn't, shoot up the club, you're mad at me because I didn't make a kid. Because that's basically what you're talking about.
No, brother. There's a difference between sperm that has not fertilized an egg and sperm by itself. You don't know that?
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Wait, hold on one second. Let me ask you this. How long after the club is shot up do you feel a kid is made?
All right. Can I answer that without being muted?
Yes. I can't guarantee that. No. Just answer.
Right, so just move forward then. Don't ask me no question if I can't answer without being muted.
I can kick you out. How about that?
Then kick me out then, brother. I mean, I'm trying to have a dialogue.
No, you're not. You're trying to disrupt.
I'm trying to have the dialogue, brother.
Are you going to answer the question or go?
All right. I already told you, brother. If I can't
How many weeks? How many weeks?
Brother, I already told you.
How many weeks? You don't have to say brother. You just have to give me a number. All I need is a number. You gonna give me a number or not?
Can I answer
You gonna
the
give me a
question?
number or not?
I'm trying to answer the question. Can I answer the
Go for it.
question?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
it's not a matter of weeks. Every woman's body is different, brother. When the
Okay, then what would you know? Are you a woman?
every woman body not different?
Sir, no, gestation
No?
is gestation.
How many weeks?
Hold on, no?
No.
All right, y'all need to
gestation is
educate yourselves.
gestation, sir.
You need to educate yourselves. Really, educate
No, you need
yourselves.
to educate yourself.
It's a
You're
range.
the one that's
It
not
varies.
educated, sir.
Gestation varies.
He
Gestation.
said
All right.
at what point of conception, sir? What point of conception does it count as a child?
All right. I literally already told you when the
No, you
sperm
literally
fertilizes.
said nothing.
Can I answer the question, or you gonna keep cutting me off?
No, you can't answer the question. You can't answer the question because you can't answer the question. We gave you a chance. You didn't want to do it. You wanted to just run around in circles. I asked for a number.
Again, he's talking about he comes on this platform into the chat room and he's addressing something that we're not even talking about because he wants to talk about unborn children when we're talking about the lives of children that are existing. So how that's part of the conversation, I have no idea. And he could bash all he wants to because it's black men that by and large request that women go have abortions.
You don't have to
black
listen
men
to them,
that
though.
are
You don't gotta listen to them niggas.
The worst time for a black woman, the most dangerous time for a black woman is when she's pregnant. You know why it's most dangerous? Not because of health risks. It's because she's in proximity to a black male. So
Over
if you want to
50%
talk
of black
about
babies
abortions, if you
aborted,
want to
though.
talk about abortions, let's talk about the black men that are deleting pregnant women.
Yes, the black man and the black woman are both complicit in killing babies.
Okay,
Wait,
they're both wrong.
Gemini.
They're both wrong.
You can't even define what killing is. You can even define that.
Literally killing the baby.
You said, well, it depends.
You know what abortion is, right?
It depends on
Brother,
the woman.
you're being emotional. You're being.
I'm good. I'm good. Okay. So
But
who's next?
can he name any groups, any activist groups that are male, particularly black male activist groups that are anti-abortion? Where are these protesters at? Because I've never heard about black men protesting against abortion or having any type of groups. Exactly. So you just all up in a woman's business, and he came to derail the conversation because he wanted to talk down about black women, despite the fact that they're already roasting and ragging on the children that are being born, but then somehow you're still supposed to produce the children that are already a problem.
No, I know who this dude is. He hangs around with some creeps. So let's just let it go. I was going to be open about it. I think we were about as patient as we could be. There's no need. He's not a cool person.
This is a problem every time we invite such people up on a panel and we're having a thorough, nuanced discussion about a topic. We get someone to come on a panel who doesn't want to talk about the topic. They want to change the subject. You go change the subject on a channel that you've created and you're doing a live stream on. You don't come into someone else's channel and dictate how they run their channel or what they're going to talk about.
Exactly.
And that's my last words.
I hear that. Well, anyway, I think this was a fantastic live today. I think we had some amazing commentators today. I'd like to thank all of our panel guests for coming up, except for possibly one. And even Afro Diaspora, when we have something on one of our many videos, by the way, how many videos, Gemini, do we have on men being there for their kids? At least
we have
3,
several
4?
that most of them don't show up to watch.
Yeah, you should watch that video because I think you're thinking about the short game, young man. What does a woman and or man do after the child is born? Because right now it ain't looking good for us. It ain't looking good. So what if an embryo gets canceled, or what's worse to you? This is a question. Generally, just a hypothetical question, because I really don't want an answer. What's more dangerous? What's more worse? A young child who has lived life and it was shortened because of irresponsibility or the deletion, or a induced chemical cancellation done because of other circumstances. And I'm going to speak that probably 2/3, if not more, of those circumstances has to do with a life in risk, which could be the carrier herself. It could be the fact that there was incest. See, these people who do this pro-life stuff, they're not really pro-life.
Right, they're pro-birth.
They just want pro-control, actually. They just want control. What they feel and what they want to do is be able to leverage this birth of this child for some outcome they only want.
It's all politics, DJ. That's all it is. I mean,
Yeah, they don't even care about these children anyway. They don't care about
Right.
these children being born. Like I said, he just wanted to come here and try to drill on black women, and they want to do this fake 50-50 stuff. It's like, if you're talking about being a leader, then the captain sinks with the ship. You don't keep the women and children on board. And that's essentially what you're saying when you keep playing this freeze tag with black women about, no, you take accountability. I take accountability. Tag, you're it. No. If you're going to be a leader, then you need to take the reins. But that means that you're going to have to take the full responsibility when and if the ship sinks. And if you are not prepared to do that, then you are not in a position to be a leader, period.
And then I want to add this. You guys love to say women need to stop being reckless with their wounds, but you never tell men to stop being reckless with their sperm. Stop spreading
It's male
it everywhere.
and female leaders.
Just because,
don't leave that
sir,
out.
don't interrupt me.
It's
God,
matriarchs
I
and
brought you back on the
patriarchs.
panel just as a courtesy, but you're just gonna keep running your freaking mouth. They keep telling women to stop being reckless with their with their womb, but men need to stop being reckless with their sperm. Stop spreading it everywhere. Just like she made the decision not to protect herself, you also made the decision not to protect yourself. So it goes both ways. Men aren't exempt from the responsibility just because a woman didn't tell them. Again, it's this woman has to lead them to do something. Women, it's this transactional thing. You only get protection if I'm sleeping with you, and then you still might not get protection if I don't even like you.
Yeah, because where's the protection if they taking you and the child out anyway?
Exactly.
So that was fake and performative.
Right.
Anyway,
And
so
the
it was
reason-
never no real protection.
And the reason we have to be protected is why? From whom?
yeah, like it's textbook manipulation, man. This is textbook dark psychology, manipulation tactics, and all that type of stuff. And it's like, holy shit. I mean, are guys this messed up in the world where they can't, I mean, if a guy's not concerned about getting women pregnant, just put a condom on, or
Or be
have a dry dick.
You're right.
Be
abstinent. Yeah. But man, I ask this: you don't look at your mother as a leader. Your mother's not a matriarch. We have male and female leaders. Just because men are leaders does not absolve women from the obligation to being leaders themselves. You have to be a matriarch as well.
We already are. The women are already being the matriarch. What are you talking about?
So
Where are
that
the
means you
leaders?
have to-
Where are the
so you have to-
patriarch? Where's the men?
so that-
Where are the men?
so the-
and what are they leading?
Let me respond. There are male and females that are competent, and there are males and females that are degenerate. If you can't find a male that's competent as yourself, that's your fault, miss.
Wait, don't you hang around a degenerate yourself?
Brother, who are you referring to, brother?
You know who I'm referring to. You know who his name is. I'm not stupid. You're just under a different profile name. That's all. You don't live under this name.
Who do you think I am, really? I'm confused. Who do you think I am?
Hey, that's for me to keep. That's my information. I get
All right,
information.
brother.
I know what's up.
Let's
I
stay
know the
focused.
person's voice when I hear it again.
This is what I'm saying. Men and
No,
women have
what are you saying?
obligation to protect our children. When men fail and women fail, we are both responsible. Killing our children is the opposite of protecting them.
You never
Abortion
told
is
us
the
when
opposite.
killing of children is.
I literally just told you. When the
No, you
sperm
never did.
fertilizes
You
the
never
egg.
did. You never did.
All right. I literally just
asked
told,
for a number and you never could give me one.
and I just
So
told you every.
essentially he's saying
Can I
at
respond?
the moment of conception.
Thank you, literally. And I said it more than once.
Kidding me.
I said
So
it more
why?
than once.
So why aren't those children buried? Why don't we have funerals for children that aren't
aborted. Actually, some are. I'm glad you brought that up.
No. That's not what I said. No, I said for
Oh.
miscarriages. Why don't we
Yeah,
have
we
funerals
should.
for
You're
miscarried
right.
children?
We should. And in the Rastafarian culture that I come from, we actually do have funerals for
But I'm
miscarried
talking
children.
about across the board, not Rastafarian. I'm talking about why isn't it a global understanding that this is a child? Why isn't it a medical and
Did you not
global
hear my question?
understanding?
Or did you not hear my response?
No,
I
you
said
brought
it
up
should be.
you brought up Rastafarian. You
No,
brought
you
up
might not have heard. You're not listening, miss. I said it should be. Are you not
No.
listening?
I didn't ask you what it should be. I said, why isn't it?
Because you are omitting science. That's a fact.
Do you really want to go there?
Science. What
That
does
ain't
science
even
have to
answering
do
You
the
with
just
question.
admitted
It's not science.
conception
Wait,
is life.
not a child.
Wait, what does science have to do with burying a
What
child?
science got to do with it?
He's just here. He's a professional. I mean,
Look, I'm being respectful, but look at this. I'm being
No. I was talking and you interrupted me. That's too bad. You can get your own channel and do that. Let me break it down like this real quick. Okay. This Prill fryer you're using is about a month old. Okay. And you were under another name before. Okay. Some of the guys you hung out with, well, they're quite unsavory at times. Let's just say they're not respectable to other people. Okay. So we've given you a lot of patience, but I think we're done here because we're looking for more constructive types of conversations. We don't have to agree with everything you're saying. Okay. But what we are looking for is a dialogue. I know, hey, look, I understand you might be confused. There's a lot of rooms that would accept your behavior. In fact, they appreciate it. This ain't one of them. That's all I'm trying to clear up right now. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at.
But DJ, he not even staying on topic because, when I asked about these 40% of young Black girls that are missing and where they are and how we already know they're being trafficked by who? Primarily men. And he's over here talking about something that doesn't even exist. The child that doesn't even exist doesn't even matter in this conversation. We're talking about children who are already here and accounted for. So he's completely derailing for no reason at all. But he can't get to the hardcore point of the discussion. How are women supposed to protect their children when I send my child to school and I expect them to get home and now my child has been kidnapped and put into a trafficking situation? I didn't ask for that. As a mother, as a parent. So what is he talking about?
Hey, JP, I have a question.
Go ahead. What's going on?
Okay. So we want to talk about sexuality. All right.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question. How many times have you slipped and fell into a vagina?
Prison. That JP wasn't. Wait, JP. That wasn't JP who was talking to.
Oh, who was this?
That was this guy.
Okay. Well, to answer your question anyway, Miss Prism.
Who's the person that's talking about abortion?
This guy.
No.
Wait, JP.
Okay.
Let her talk to him.
How many times has a man have you slipped and fell into between the legs of a vagina? Like just oops, I just fell.
Let me just respond to this. The host is being, did DJ really? Oh, you trying to be a comedian?
Yes, I am. Ha 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 ha. Are you ready to answer her question? Because you don't need to talk to me.
You see no one laugh, right? No one laugh. Let me respond to the sister, please. Now, sis, go ahead. I'm listening.
I just asked you a very intelligent question. How many times have you fell? Have you heard stories of guys that slipped and fell into somebody's vagina?
Clearly none.
Okay. So men want to talk about being leaders, but you know something? You have to insert your penis in between someone's legs. Am I correct?
It's a consensual act, yes.
Okay. If it's consensual.
Clearly, yes. We're not talking about rape.
Even if it's not consensual, you have to insert yourself in between someone's legs. Am I correct?
And if it's non-consensual, they need to be killed.
Okay, even if it's non-consensual, you are forcing yourself in between someone's legs. Am I correct?
Not me, but the rapist, yes.
Can you please use the R word instead?
The R word is guilty, yes.
Okay, so we can agree that every time there's a sexual act, that a man leads himself into a vagina.
Clearly.
Okay, so at that moment, before ejaculation, you get pre-seminal fluid, and you almost can tell when you're getting ready to do it. So who's responsible for their emission?
Clearly, the man, if the man is ejaculating.
Because an egg is not always readily available to be fertilized when a man has a ejaculation. So who's responsible for his ejaculation?
Miss, I'm just asking, are we referring to the R word or situations of consensual sex? Because consensually, Miss, respectfully, I'm trying to answer your question.
If we're talking about a cat, a dog, a moose,
we're talking about humans, Miss.
Rabbit.
We're talking about intercourse. We're talking about intercourse between humans, Miss. Are we not?
Okay, but look, are we going to play this game?
Miss, I'm answering your question. So just to be direct, the answer is, well, I'm trying to answer it. I heard your question. The answer is, in consensual sex, both parties are complicit and responsible. In situations of the R word, the R word is responsible and must be killed. That's the answer to your question, man.
Okay, are men leaders or not?
I literally told you they are.
Are men leaders or not?
Are you not listening?
Are men leaders or not? Yes or no? I just need a simple answer. I don't need a diatribe. Just tell me.
You're being very effeminate. Let me
are men leaders or not?
Men and women are leaders.
So you're saying men and women are leaders?
They are matriarchs and patriarchs. You don't know that? You don't know that? They are matriarchs and patriarchs. You don't know that?
I wanted to ask him a question.
You're playing a really weird game right here when you can just have you're not here to have intelligent discord. I asked you a very simple elementary 3rd grade question. I asked you, even in cases of sexual assault, that is okay to say on YouTube because we're having an educational purpose, a conversation here. So that can't be flagged. We're having an educational conversation here. So I need to understand why you're thinking neither one is different. Either way, a man has to insert himself into that either forcefully or willingly. He's going to put himself there. So if you as men want to continue talking about responsibility of sexuality and put it all on the woman, your responsibility is to keep your penis in your pants. Your responsibility is to either keep your penis in your pants or put on a condom. When we're talking about the seed and the sperm and the egg coming together, if it was a baby already, then I need to understand why between 6 and 8 weeks they're looking for a heartbeat. How come they can't hear it before then? How come it hasn't developed before then?
Do you know what a microscopic organism is?
Oh my God!
Hey, sir, do you really want to go here with me?
No, we don't even want to go there with him.
Because I
wanted to ask him
I know where my degree is. I need to understand from you.
No, prison.
You're talking about
prison.
Because if we want to talk about that, then you want to talk about an egg and a sperm is also matter. Am I correct? It's matter.
He's not there anymore, Prism. We want to land the plane.
So these men have some of. I'm sorry. These men have some of the. The dumbest conversations I've ever heard in my life. Any man who's a man knows that it's his responsibility that when he lays down with a woman, to take the initiative as a man to control his seminal emissions.
Right. I mean, I don't get that part. I don't get what dude was talking about.
Because he doesn't care. He just only came to throw that. That is the only thing that they can do to try to nail the coffin shut with Black women. When let's be honest, this still, let me tell you where he's wrong at and how this has nothing to do with science or anything. He's still proving a point, and I'm going to tell you what it is. This still falls back on men, because why isn't a woman outside of medical issues, outside of being assaulted or any form of anything dark-sided happening, why isn't a woman in a comfortable position to be able to have her child? Because the way that the economical society is set up, which is a threat to her in being able to comfortably have a child, who runs that system? Males. The end.
True. And with that, we're going to wind this down. We've been here for 4 hours. We really appreciate everybody for coming out. It's been interesting. to say the least.
A great
We're,
conversation.
we thank you, Prism, for gracing us with your presence. Siobhan, as always, my lyrical genius. I love it when you come up and bless us with your presence. Thank you, Scott, for sharing, for being here. JP, you know what it is. Creative
Peace,
Solutions.
peace.
Thank you for coming up.
Let's let Creative talk for a minute. She came up here and she's been patient.
Okay, so I wanted to ask him a question, but he's not here. So when people bring up these conversations about women and about pro-life and about abortions, I just don't like when anybody talks about it, because why do you care what somebody else does with their body? If another woman in another country or another state is doing something with her body, how does that affect you as a person? And that's the only thing I just wanted to say. It doesn't affect you because the decision lies on her shoulders.
He
So
don't care, because look how he was concerned, Creative. He's more concerned about a fictitious child because the child isn't even here. More than 40% of these girls being missing. So they don't care about children. They just want to bash Black women.
yeah, that's the only thing. Like, why do you care? You shouldn't care. It doesn't matter to you. How does what the women doing affect you? That's all I came up here to say.
Thank you so much, Creative. All right.
I mean, to
Again,
answer that question, I mean, it might affect them because from a pro-birth perspective, I mean, that child might, grow up in an environment. I mean, he might not have like good values instilled into him, and he might run around and cause violence and havoc when he gets older and stuff. I mean, it might affect you that way. So, but that's my pro-choice talking point. I mean, I don't really, get into, trying to police a woman's body. I'm not a woman. And I'm not, and even if, I mean, that's just how I see it, but I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, JP. Let's do the shout outs and end this thing.
Got it. All right. I'd like to shout out to Jen J, Alexander, Big Cap, Camo, Big JXX, Monica, of course, Gemini, Kim Lee Moon. Shout out to Real Judah, Peace Purveyor, and Maya, Bridget,
Money World,
Jay Daniels,
Money World,
Creative Solutions. Wait. Creative, you coming through tomorrow for the health and fitness?
Yes.
Fantastic. I'll see you here.
Okay.
se arregla con dinero. Money World, si me quiero educar, pues mira en algún lugar para trabajar, y si no hay pues emigrar. Todo money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el putín entero. Funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienen lo verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos a después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. Yo vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo fue. Money World, el mundo quiere dinero. Money World, se arregla con dinero. Money World,
Marvel, shout out
como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah, no me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré. Lo vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo fue. Money World.
Thank you, everybody, for coming through.
Money work. Se arregla con dinero.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Money
Scott.
work.
Thank you, Scott, for coming through. Thank you for the interesting conversation, my man.
Que de corazón, plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah, 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 yeah. Money work.
I'd like to remind everybody to tune in tomorrow. We're going to have another show tomorrow. Just look for it. So make sure you like and subscribe.
Money work.
All right.
Lunes.